Welcome back for more Borderlands D&D. Ha.
I felt the
We
pause.
will. What?
I felt the pause there.
There may have been a pause. Well, years of habits are hard, man. But anyways, welcome back all to the Borderlands D&D, where our Vault Hunters last time had started a very precarious mission of infiltrating ancient towers. They started off with a fun time of everybody getting there, having their disguises ready, and settling up with we have to get through security and sneak our weapons through somehow if we can. On the way, a few of you had decided to stow a few of your bits and bobs away from yourself to make it easier to get in. Some of you tried to bring everything in. Thankfully, it seems like there was inherently no hitches with getting inside the building. Everybody got in, started upon their ways, and immediately split up. With the group of Terry, Crystal, Bertram, and Alistair all heading up to the maximum limit almost of their clearance, trying to get higher up. And the group of Tanya, Nestle, and Barry just heading to Nestle. Did I say Nestle?
Nestle. Yep.
Listen, man, I'm trying. Nessa. Why did I say Nestle? There's an
You got
L
the
there
game
for
right.
some reason.
Something had to happen.
Something had to happen. Anyways, Nessa, Barry, and Tanya are down below trying to make a bit of a mess of things and cause a distraction. Unfortunately, their biggest distraction at the time so far has been blasting porn across all of the screens in the computer trainee lab.
Oops.
And getting sent to HR. Well, correction. There was one brief moment where they caused some mayhem of letting loose most of the animals in the floor labeled the kennel, and almost getting mauled a couple of times in the process. Where we had that group just finishing up in their whole brief meeting with HR, trying to get past that and all that, and barely weaseling their way out with a few lies. However, the other group got started higher up, found themselves in a room that was a bit more teetering on the edge of okay and not okay. Honestly, it was just firmly in the area of not okay. Different experiments happening on little groups locked in cages. Going inside, they all looked at everything. You guys tried to be a little bit more. I can't speak tonight, guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You've just got about 3 hours to go.
I know.
How dare you?
Upon reaching the floor you wanted to, you proceeded to try and blend in some, find yourself a workstation, be a little bit out of sight, take a look around. You were searching for either a janitor closet or a place to go up. Spotting a janitor closet, you guys made a bit of a distraction, made a bit of a mess so you could get through and start cleaning it up. While in said closet, Crystal quickly realized that her grasp of technology is a little bit less than she expected and just grabbed a wire and cut it in an attempt to cause a distraction to get you guys up even more. It did cause a distraction by letting loose everything on the floor. In the mayhem, you guys bailed up into the crawl space between floors, crawling along until you hit an elevator shaft. Started climbing up that before you had to bail out quickly because here comes an elevator.
This campaign has a lot of elevators that are dangerous.
Elevators are inherently dangerous when you're not in the right spot. That's just a fact.
Even when we are, they've tried to take us out.
Hey, it wasn't a bus yet.
The bus is kind of faded, but then elevators took their place.
Well, we've
They're
been doing a lot of
evolving.
vertical movement at places versus horizontal.
I mean,
Exactly.
what is the elevator except for a vertical bus?
Hey, don't tempt him. He can still go and send a bus up the fucking elevator shaft.
What is an elevator but a vertical bus?
You just hear the beep
the
beep
same
and the
thing
line
there.
jumping at you. But you guys managed to get out.
Service the elevator shafts.
You guys got a few floors up above where you should, got out, convinced them that it was just because there was a bunch of problems happening down below. You were escorted back down to a floor where you technically had clearance for, where you proceeded to fire off a gun and fake an assassination to get off the phone with your in-laws. And that is where we shall pick up, I think, with the group up above. You just faked a Yeah, just faked an assassination to get off a call with your in-laws, and you're getting pulled through.
Now, is this after the guy went in an understanding way, or?
Oh yeah, this is after the guy waved you through because you were coming back off the elevator. He just went like, yeah, in-laws, I get it, and started to wave you through.
And I lost my gun, but I still have my knife.
Correct. But that's not all it could be. Not all as bad as it could be.
It's okay, I still have a knife.
A knife can be very useful. So now that you guys have been brought back down to a floor not quite of your choosing, how would you like to proceed?
Well, we're going into this checkpoint area. What's up with it?
Oh, you got waved through the checkpoint area at this elevator. You're being pulled back through. Here seems to honestly be mostly a lot of... how to put it? This is more of like the... like blood tests, things like that. There you can see centrifuges spinning, microscopes out, blown up cellular screens. As you're walking in, this seems to be more like a data analysis area rather than like an active experimentation area like the others.
There's my heist door. If it looks like we're in relative peace, I imagine there's some chatter about what's happening a couple floors down with the thing that we just caused. Can I look through the rest of the science stuff I got? Because I know I got 3 blank biochips and I have a TBD on here.
I have a TBD on there.
Yeah, because I took somebody's storage
Did I
deck.
say anything to go with the TBD?
It was a scientist, I don't remember.
Hold on, I'm looking to see, because I wrote a lot of random stuff, and I'm trying to make sure I have the right stuff.
But he gave me a
Is this
storage deck
You-
and 3 blank biochips that we need to somehow get encoded, which is not my area of expertise.
Oh, shit, the TBD. Yes, TBD in this case is honestly an analysis on... It basically seems like to be, as you're taking a second to look through it, an analysis on an unusual set of like protein chains, maybe? Something, DNA sequence. It's a little hard to fully make out. Would you like to make an intelligence check to see if you know?
I will try. Brain blast. Wow, actual brain blast. 18.
18 is pretty good. Pretty good. What would you know at an 18 on this subject?
Probably enough to where I
not a
can
protein.
find something happening on one of these terminals and make it look like I belong while I take a minute.
Easily. Oh, easily on there.
It's not a protein shake. You shouldn't drink it.
Drinking it would probably not be your best thing. Honestly, I would say this. It is definitely... Wait, is it? You're noticing through it, there's a comparison of a number of them, and a few of them look like what you would recognize as, oh, I kind of recognize that off some vague reports I've seen of this form of wildlife. And then next to it is one where it's like, okay, this is where they've twisted it, and then there's a third one that's compared to it that just does not make sense to you because that is not how biology works.
As long as it doesn't look like they're setting up to give everybody a prion. And then have to force feed them the quote-unquote cure so nobody dies.
No, this looks like it's more of mimicking a DNA sequence seems to be the goal here.
Okay. Because I absolutely just went through a nightmare scenario in my head with what I know of actual proteins.
Yeah, prions are a nightmare.
Oh, what's that? You ate something weird? Enjoy this in your brain forever.
Yeah, hope to God you never have to deal with them.
Hey.
Oh, that's horrifying. No, thank you. No, it's not a prion chain disease, so you can look at that if that makes you feel better. It doesn't seem like that. Wouldn't be a prion chain disease, it'd just be a prion disease. I say weird stuff tonight. Ignore me some on that.
But I'm just taking a minute because the elevator almost fucking murked me, and then I had to get a call from them below there, and that's scary. And
Okay.
now I'm pretty sure that Carrie's identity's partially burnt. So, things are great.
It's okay, it's going amazing. What's everybody else doing while Bertram is slowly processing 2 of the stages of grief?
That would be
So
amber
overseeing what?
and bony. Or Frillium.
What's up?
You're both
Seeing
up
what
here
you
and the
guys are
camera's
trying
up
to
here.
do while.
You said they were doing blood work on this test with a bunch of centrifuges, and
Yeah, there is some blood
Things
work
like that.
happening up here.
is there anything like clearly labeled, or are there tools around, syringes, perhaps?
Reasonably so, yeah, that would make sense. Syringes and all that.
And guard presence for this. Essentially, I'm looking at.
Decent amount of guard presence on this floor. If you had to guess, knowing what you know about the building, this is probably like one of the big breaker points in security. Before you hit into the more highly like another section of classified that you probably most people don't get access to.
Mhm.
So guard presence here is decently thorough. There's a couple of people just moseying around, and then there's obviously a good number set at the entryways to this floor. At the elevator here that's going up higher, and like a couple other spots if you mosey around some.
So I know Eric asked about it, but how frazzled do the people on this floor seem, considering what's going on like 2 floors below?
I mean, none of them are getting attacked right now. They just be like, oh shit. It's the equivalent of like break room shit talking of the people down below. Like they fucked up. They're laughing about it a little bit. Maybe one or two are expressing some concern as you listen in because they know people down there. But overall, it's just lol. They messed up.
Hmm.
And is there any chance there's like a bathroom or something around? A little
Yeah, there's
break
a
room
bathroom.
where I can go to
Yeah.
go fix my attire, fix my hair after the harrowing experience we just experienced.
Absolutely. There's a mini break room and there's some bathrooms attached to it.
Because I'm sure we look like we stick out considering.
You look like you tried to climb in an elevator shaft after crawling through all the crawl space.
Yeah. I feel like I
So
need
yeah,
to
that's fair.
put myself out to blend back in.
Yeah, there's a good spot to clean up if you wish.
I'm gonna go along because that sounds like a good idea.
Cutting off.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're cutting off real bad.
Damn it.
It's not a good test.
Any better?
We'll see.
Sounds a little bit.
No, thing. I said I'm gonna fall to do that because that sounds like a good idea.
Gotta get all the dust bunnies off, all the panic sweat off.
Wasn't panicking.
Mm-hmm.
I was.
So the group's basically collectively taking a breather and a moment to recover from the situation. How long do you guys plan on just sitting here and
I'm trying to quickly clean up. I don't want to stay idle in the area too long because then people come a looking.
It's okay, Bertram, you probably spot this, and one of you coming out of the bathroom probably spot this. Of Terry's just over at the coffee machine, getting a thing of coffee that he feels about 3/4 of the way full, that he looks at it, and kind of frowns and takes a sip, and then fills it up with one of his rums.
It was either that or like the overly shaky hand spilling coffee as it goes toward his face.
Just... He's got to get those nerves
Also,
settled.
remember, we're on a bit of a time limit. Well, not really, but still somewhat of a time limit to get Eric's friends out.
Trust me, I know, but I'm waiting for you guys.
And we're waiting for a signal from you guys, kind of.
I was
No.
going to say, is
Oh, wait.
that was
Did
yeah.
everyone
Wait, is
check-
everybody waiting for a signal for everybody?
Hold on, I have a question. Messages have been sent. Did anybody ever read any of the fucking messages? Like, they were busy
Yeah.
before.
No, yeah, they took a second to read and reply. They said earlier. I mean, last time.
You called Terry. You couldn't have not have replied to at least that very one message.
So you're waiting on a signal. We're waiting on a signal.
Exciting.
While I'm fixing myself up, can I just start disseminating misinformation?
What would you like to disseminate
just talking
misinformation
about-
as?
If someone's talking about the events going on downstairs, they can say, "Oh, I heard some idiot just pull the plug on the force fields for some reason."
Absolutely. If you just want to is there? I have to ask before I ask for a roll here. Is there a goal out of this besides making some of the general scientists more confused?
No.
Okay.
Make them more confused, make them pay less attention, make them want to gossip.
I guess
trying-
it's the
Muddy the
whole
water
intent
so
for
that
this
it's
is where you're
not
leading.
like there's any particular direct source.
He's
of
trying
what
to
could have
pick up
caused the
some
problem
gas.
downstairs. Yeah. So I'm trying to pick up gossip, and I'm trying to make sure that they don't know what caused whatever happened downstairs.
Make a deception check, and that'll see how much you spread your misinformation on what happened. And if you get high enough, you might get some tasty gossip.
Now you see,
How's that?
I do not know who I am, and by that I mean I do not know if I do anything special with deception. So I will need a minute.
Does that mean your sheet's not open?
My sheet is open. It's just I haven't looked
Just-
at it.
Roll
Just-
deception.
I have a natural 20 for a number.
Need to look at a sheet.
Nope. Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
25.
easy enough to spread some back and forth on just oddities. Like, this is this, this is that. Somebody pulled the plug. I heard somebody shot some people in there. I was like, yeah, one of the experiments got kind of crazy and it walked through the force field. But you do catch one interesting thing, at least a little bit here that would stand out. It is noted that they saw some of the higher up of scientists coming through in a little bit of a rush. Not like we desperately need to get somewhere, but they had the walk of I have something I need to do, I want to do, and they're walking with purpose. And you hear one of them complaining that he was attempting to use Iridian shavings on something, and all of his stash was confiscated on the way, basically saying, we need this higher up.
They need their iridium shavings higher up.
No, he had Iridian. He had a set amount of Iridian bars. He was trying to use little shavings and small amounts to basically microdose things to cause changes without killing them. However, his whole stash of Iridian that he had requisitioned, it got just immediately taken by them, and they said, "Hey, we need this higher up. We're going," and they continued on.
Were they given any indication of how far higher up, or just higher up?
Would they? You got a natural 20. They would probably be complaining about Straunt and his random ass just sudden urges or hard pivots in what he's doing, and he will just take materials from the place randomly because he wants to do this now and he doesn't want to wait for the due process of the company to get stuff to him, so he'll just take it from somebody that's not as high on the totem pole as him. And it seems like unfortunately this happens a lot, and this time it was really irritating.
What was that name you said again?
Is that to the guy you were talking to, basically?
No. To you. You
Straunt.
said a name. Straught? Okay.
Straunt.
Okay.
I said Straunt for some reason. Wow, I'm fucking up names like crazy today.
The guy who made Smeet.
Yep. Just making sure that my list of names is not incorrect. it, so I'm just spending my time gathering and disseminating information. Incorrect information, but information nonetheless.
All right.
After I've taken a bit to kind of, that away. See that I am in fact disgusting. Go wherever it was that they went to clean it off, and the process actually get the echo out because, it was hard to check that up until this point. And see the messages, realize what's going on. Weigh my options inside of my head. And then send one that says, find something, hit it hard.
Alright, and this will come through for you guys as you're probably in the bathrooms.
Okay, is the lady still with us?
She, in fact, did not follow you guys into the bathrooms.
So we also have a group of girls and guys. Then, so is Barry just waiting outside the bathroom, or is he in the men's bathroom?
That's up to him.
Might just be waiting outside. Question. No. Did the PR lady, or whoever the fuck she was, HR lady, did she go and lead us to the bathrooms, or she just going to point out where they were?
She took you to them and was waiting with you to get you out because you guys said you didn't know where you were going.
Alright.
So she's just kind of awkwardly waiting out in the room with you. Out in the hallway with you, sorry.
Barry's just doing dead-eyed, standard guard posture, just waiting.
Sorry, Tanya and I gonna talk in the bathroom what our strat is.
Or you could go to the elevator.
Wash face off a minute. Check the message we just got. Huh. Just hit something.
What is it?
I know
Fake
where we're
names.
gonna get the HR lady to take us.
Remember the fake names.
And kind of just take a few breaths of the moment of gotta change back in other person. Ready to go back?
Yeah.
All right. There go my dice. Fuck. All right. Well, hopefully, I don't need those across the floor. In the meantime, come back and say, all right. We're going to need to go check on the power generators and do a safety inspection on them and their crew.
Did you go outside the bathrooms and say this, or are you still in the bathrooms just talking to yourself and Max?
No, they just said they were leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
I missed it then.
It did cut out exactly what you were saying. Sorry. I think my thing flickered.
Of course, man. All right, get on
We're
with it.
trying, guys.
All right. So, the next look at her.
On.
Yeah, look at her.
Didn't catch that.
Brain function EchoNet device.
Stop talking.
Look at her.
So give a second.
Hello. Is
No, we can hear you. He's tried to say that you were saying cut, but you just stopped talking.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Listen.
I was getting fragmented sentences.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, as in parts of words and not other parts of words.
Yeah, but is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. What was the HR lady's name again?
I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. I made her name up on the spot, and I did not write it down. So,
Oh, yeah.
Susan it is.
All right.
Damn it, Susan.
Janet.
Yeah, just look, Tanya. Just look at her echo device for a second. Well, we still have a job to do, Miss Susan, so our next task at hand, hopefully without any gunshot incidents, will be to head over to the generators.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. The
Hmm.
rampage starts here.
I
or she
really
lets us
hope
know.
I really hope they do as good as you did, as a lot of people in the building have been getting failing scores.
Can I do an insight check on her reaction to the statement? To the
Well, give me a moment to
generator
decide on her reaction to the statement.
It's percolating.
Well, she heard what just happened.
I know, that's why I'm trying to get back into the mindset of she's a little panicked right now, but also she's not dumb and she's been following safety stuff well.
Also, if I understand, you
Has
could be a bit
she?
shaken up. You could be a bit shaken up from this if you need to go see the counseling department. Maybe,
one of those.
maybe take a little
Um,
de-stressing.
well, alright, so I can't escort you to the power station. The generators, unfortunately, this is this floor is all the farther I am cleared to be here for the day. I work in HR, not the rest. I can escort you back to the elevators and ask one of the guards to get you to where you need to go, however, if you'd like. And then I'm going to go talk to somebody about investigating and hopefully finding wherever your boss was in the building, if we can solve that situation.
Please do. I don't want to be shunted up a management position at the moment.
And you said you wanted an insight check to see how she was reacting, correct?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is all gonna be really low, or it's gonna go up a bit. I can't tell.
3 of my cubes landed on 3.
12.
She seems a little shaken, worried, and confused.
I'm sure everything will be all right. All right. let's get going.
She leads you guys back through the hallways and out into the waiting room you were at before, and takes you over and talks to one of the guards and says, would you mind escorting this group to the generators would you mind escorting this group to the generators? They need some assistance finding it. As you see, she stops him from saying much more on the situation.
Tanya will just look at the guard and kind of like with her little notepad she had, just stop and kind of observe how he's standing, kind of bend down and look at how is he rifle out holding position, or are they that serious here yet with what's going on?
They have weapons in hand, but they're not trained on anybody. They're at rest in hand, but not actively scanning or shooting it or pointing at anybody.
Yeah, no, they're just slung. Yeah, she'll just look at, just observe how they're holding stuff, note a few things down.
And the guy there will just be like, right, okay. Just gonna look over at the lady there, over at you, and just be like, okay. Obviously they know who she is. Follow us, I suppose? Or follow me, I suppose. He's gonna look at the other one and be like, can you grab one of the others and have them take my spot? And they're like, yeah, we'll get somebody else out here, and then they'll open the elevator and gesture for you to come in.
Yeah.
As you guys all get in, he's gonna say, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to ask you to scan your badge for the elevator to make sure you can go there.
All right.
With everything happening right now, we gotta be a little bit more careful of our situations.
Are we all inside the elevator at this point, and the elevator door is shut?
I assumed.
Okay.
Just to be clear, we don't have a pass, right?
You guys have clearance passes for a lot of floors.
Oh, do we?
What is this one? What
You don't know
floors do
the
we
exact
have?
floors for everything, but you do have a lot of floors.
All right. All right. Barry's ready for.
You know you
Yeah,
have
start
at least
down
up to the 324th floor. However, where the generators are, you don't know, so you don't know if that's in your clearance or not.
Give them out their card. Say, yeah, get the card ready for scan. And what else has been going on that you've heard at least?
A few incidences with powers, a few gates and locks failing. It seems mostly some odd and ends of malfunctions in security. Electronic.
Is there a way for me to, like, hack the thing and say that we have clearance, or is that?
We might legitimately already have clearance.
With him in close proximity, it'd be extraordinarily hard to do that without him noticing.
What are you doing over there?
I won't
Playing
call it impossible, but I will just say it would be extraordinarily hard. Like the DC would be pretty high.
Do we know
I mean,
what levels of clearance we have?
Like I said, you guys
That's
know you
the
have for
clearance.
up to floor 324, but you don't know what floor the generators are on to know if you have clearance for that or not.
Let's look at the map. Can I recall the map?
The map would not have given you the generator floor.
Oh,
Or even is the generators on?
we don't know.
We're about to figure that out.
That's a mystery.
No, I asked this. I said this aloud.
Well, we'll first see if you have clearance to get to the floor.
Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead and get to it.
Anybody scanning, or are you trying to hack?
That's what I had said before this little bit here. Let him scan while asking.
Okay. Hold on, I need to roll something. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it. It's okay. I know what I can do.
Gonna roll like a D6 or something and a D100 and determine how many hundreds of floors we have clearance to.
They're either at the very bottom and well guarded, if they're or some on each level or something or other. Well, there's way stations for them.
That is not how I thought that would work, so that has not worked.
Probably in the basement.
All right.
So, what we got, buddy?
As you scan your thing and it flashes on there, you do notice as he pulls out, he has his Echo device in hand that he pulls out as you scan yours, and he's looking down at something at it as you're scanning yours, like to just look at what pops up on the elevator and look what pops up on yours.
All right, what's it say?
And he looks over at your thing, and then he'll click a button on the elevator, and you guys will start moving.
I want to do an inside check on him.
Okay.
This fucker leading us into a trap. Is this all good? And is this just an insight check, or is this anything else?
No, just insight. You're just trying to read the guy.
What the? Oh, insight. Goddamn. That's
It's under wisdom.
Yeah, 17.
Right. He very clearly does not trust you guys, but that might not mean much because you guys just did come up in a very awkward situation, like a very awkward or like, well, less than normal situation.
Yep.
So he's just kind of on edge around you a little bit. And he's definitely keeping, like, you can see he's keeping his hand on his Echo device with stuff pretty steadily.
As you probably should be, because if he doesn't, my explosions no longer hurt friendlies. This is not gonna end well for him. Oh my god, I forgot my explosions no longer hurt friendlies.
You guys are moving
Power,
along.
the power of your V-neck.
Power of the V-neck.
The directional V. As you guys are moving along, actually, yeah. All right. As you guys are moving along, floors go down by a little bit, and eventually you hear as the doors open,
Okay.
and he'll gesture you forward. You
cool.
use the floor you requested. Do you need any other aid in the situation, or should I pass you off to security inside?
This should
Should
be
be good.
fine. Thank you. And also, I approve of your distrust and inherent in comfort with us in this situation, especially with what is going on. You're passing better than most
You're
people so
muted,
far.
Max.
Nessa's gonna pretend to write something out on her Echo Net.
Right.
Bury the guard is buried. Wait, no. Doug Graves. The guard is still a Doug Graves, just the bored guard.
And he's just going to
Doug gives him a nod.
have a good day, I guess, and he's going to shut the elevator doors.
All right.
Time for a bit of fun.
All right, as you guys walk forward, you actually hit one of those little how to put it? You open up and you can see what's the term? Like those crosshatch fence grates. That's not what's the term.
The the doors, the things on wheels that go and slide to go and shut the doors, shut the hallway.
No,
off?
it's like it's like a grated fencing mesh across a lot of stuff. Like you can see through things, so yeah, you guys can immediately get a big grasp of this is going across a lot of the floor. Yeah, I guess kind of, but it's also sectioning things off. So any loose wires are dropping down. You can't just they'll hit they bundle up some of the things along there. They give you directions and hallways to walk. They keep you from bumping into hot pipes or possibly live wires or too close to something that's moving.
Wire mesh, then?
As you guys start to walk into it a little bit, you don't have a lot of options of where to go, but you do pass another little checkpoint area where you can see somebody's supposed to be behind a seat, making sure nobody comes in or out without too much. They have a little X-ray, kind of what we would recognize as kind of an X-ray machine and a conveyor belt where you guys have to walk through a metal detector thing, and they're just behind this little booth is a guy, as a guard just there, laid back, kind of feet propped up, hat pulled down, and kind of dozing lightly.
Can I make an inspection or a investigation or perception for, just while we're walking things along the way, if there's anything to note down wrong?
With the security?
The bullshit we've been noting so far.
Honestly, yeah, this would probably be your first hit. Is nothing. This is you hitting the first bit of security. So yeah, them asleep is probably not a good thing. Make an investigation check, I guess, to see if there's some other stuff.
Investigation. We got.
Turn that
14.
off. We can just bypass them entirely. Sneak past.
We'll get to that in a second. We're gonna finish this that's on the way. So as you guys are walking down, you keep an eye out the heavy machinery hum that echoes through things, kind of similar to a warehouse, just running through, hearing things. Probably going to be a little trickier to define details, but it's just that persistent rumble. You get that immediate acrid kind of grease electrical smell as things probably are sparking or arcing somewhere in this floor. Yeah, along the way, though, the things that would stand out, like I said, you hit the first security point and have that, but on the way, maybe there's a couple of points where, like, that mesh wire wall kind of situation isn't as firmly mounted or kind of rusted out in some areas.
And what's that
I know.
above? Like, or like, what's that mesh like directly against?
And the areas that's kind of on the weaker end, it
Yeah.
looks like some heavy cables are running through, like
All right. So, example.
like large, heavy insulation cables running through, pressing up against stuff, or just passing through the vacuum of it all.
All right. So, what would happen if Barry were to throw someone through the fence there?
Great question. They might get caught on a ledge and stick. There's some empty open space, so they could get stuck up there on the other pieces of grating. Or they could hit it and bounce back, or they could just hit that wire and jostle it, or whatever that'll do.
Interesting. All right.
It's like, how far below does this actually go reach?
You guys are on the floor.
Okay, we're on the floor. Okay. How many levels are there above us? I can see.
It's kind of hard to see accurately how high this floor, how many, like, for lack of better terms, it's kind of hard to see how high this floor takes up, meaning how many of the actual floors of the building this is.
Did we get like a
Or
little
even
ding
where-
or anything to say what floor we're on?
There was, in fact, no ding or indicator for floor this time.
Alright. So, are we going loud or quiet?
Start quiet. Keep the cover.
So,
Yeah.
we use the,
Is
How
that
many
person,
people
or
are
is it
down
just-
here?
At the moment, you guys have hit the
Barry's-
security checkpoint with just the one sleeping.
Barry's
Hmm.
being
Oh.
quiet while he's doing this. Well, as quiet as you can be in this situation with all the noise. And it's just trying to. So go through this security point, just try and bypass it, have her hack it.
Nudge at
Cool.
Nessa to see like if like towards any like computers or anything over there, like where with the sleeping guy.
Is there a computer over there?
There's one behind in that little booth they're in.
Is there a way to keep him asleep?
Is there a way to what?
She's gonna whisper, is there a way to keep him asleep?
I mean, I could go over there and demonstrate chokehold. Just
Hey, I gotta see how many of these.
make sure we're
Just
going to
snap
get
his
the
neck.
echo away from him first.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah. Can we just skill check that, Matt? Like, do we actually have to go through all the round of combat, or can I just go over there and just kill this fucker? Just skill check it.
Great question. It
Athletics,
depends on how
break him in
dangerous the
half.
person is.
We
I mean, like, it's like not even like how dangerous. I mean, just like in general. Can we just? Is that a possibility?
Again,
or do we? Is there?
If it's a really
No, I
low
don't
level
mean him
individual,
specifically.
let me.
No, not
I'm
you
trying to explain. I'm trying to explain in general. Give me a second to
in
answer.
general, yes or no? Like,
It's a stipulation. If you run into somebody that isn't an exceptional individual, yes.
Yeah, that's all.
If it's somebody that is exceptional, or like what would equate to being a decent monster rating or a decent CR rating, no.
No, yeah, that. I'm sorry to be kind of rude about that, but I mean that was kind of
That's what I was trying to tell you.
yeah, but it's kind of. I'm trying not to be very rude, but it's just shut my mouth.
Message Bertram. Message Bertram in the chat we have there, or their group in general. Of okay, we're on a floor to start some havoc soon. Well,
He die or he shut up.
no, I just shut up.
Okay. It's like
Let's
Any
see.
reply from Bertram?
Negative.
Let's see what we can do with the computer before anything else.
should probably actually. I could have like stood on him before doing anything.
Then you can go do your thing.
Ooh, violence. Okay.
See what we can get first. Quiet.
Trying to not trip any of the scanners.
Alright, I think, so he's on the other side of this mesh a little bit, that the only way to get in, like the little door entryway, would be behind any of these scanners. That said, it'd probably be, you could, how would you like to get through? It's a bit walled off where you have to pass through like the detector or the scan in some way.
Miss Green, this seems like it'd be in your expertise.
Does she even have
Thank
any
you,
weapons or
Max.
anything?
Can I sneak over there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How would you guys like to get through? Because there's like, he's in a little booth that's walled off, like meshed off from this. And the other way to proceed through is like you can see a door to get in, but it's on the other side of where this like metal detector X-ray machine kind of setup is.
How sturdy does the mesh look?
Does it look like Tex could get through? Or Rex could like fly or
Yeah.
like hover over stuff?
No,
Or
like I
just
said,
wire
remember there
cutter
is
the
a
mesh?
ceiling mesh to where you are right now. So again, you'd have to
No.
pass through either that scanner or that metal detector at the moment.
Like the,
Okay, I
like the
didn't-
mesh. How thick is the mesh, and can any of the robots just kind of wire cutter the mesh?
It's possible to wire cutter the mesh. It's not exceptionally like outrageous or anything. It's just reasonable
It'd be
density.
loud.
Depends on how you guys cut the metal.
Okay, and the scanners from the base when it came in. Were those very loud, or could she just kind of walk through without
He said
any
metal
of the weapons?
detector, so
Metal detector, right?
Yeah.
Just going
Kind of the
Well,
setup
it's
like a
actually
metal
pretty
detector.
loud.
Yeah, it's a similar scanner situation.
the same thing it's like from the base floor, right? When it came in.
Pretty similar.
So could she
Can
just kind
Max
of walk through without any questionable stuff and just kind of go in there and hack it?
If she didn't have any
Turn it off?
questionable stuff, quite possibly.
can she hack it from the
That's
outside,
not-
possibly?
Also quite possible to try and bust into the wires from the outside if you wish.
Is there a way for me to plug my Echo Net into the system?
If you get to the computer portion, yes. But if you want to mess with wires for like the scanners and the metal detector kind of situation here, that'd be more of like a physical interact with the wiring.
Can you do
Right.
that wirelessly, or does it much it need to be wired?
Usually for the hacking and situations in this case, you have to get to the console you want to interact with.
Fair.
Can we just knock him out?
He's asleep.
Can we just kill him?
I'm not stopping you.
Can we just go through this without any questionable materials?
Again, you're welcome to find out. I'm not stopping you.
Right,
Our
well,
inventories have our questionable materials.
how are we just going? We send Max in with the
You can sleep,
Without
Max.
any
You've got your sleep darts. You can make him extra sleepy.
That's a wonderful point. No way we can just go and break the scanner from.
If he's extra sleepy, he might not wake up for us coming through.
You're welcome to
do
try and
stuff there.
break the scanner. Also, yes.
All right, so we have a few options. Right, we can go through the wire mesh. Just go and cut it. We can just go through, walk through the thing. But either way, we do have to get in there. We have to bypass this.
I prefer quiet first. Miss Green, could you please assure he's asleep?
Can I go over and check?
You'd have to go through the station. first.
Remember, he's in a booth walled out from everybody. To go over
Yeah.
to him, you'd have to get through the door, the scanning spot.
which is the
Is there a little?
thing.
Hold on.
Can I hack
I will-
that?
The scanner you could have to interact with. You could bust it open
Run
and
the
try to
booth.
interact with its wires and stuff. But to hack anything like his computer, you need to get into the booth to interact with it.
Which is what we've been saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a window
Okay,
that
I'm
she can
sorry.
like shoot her that she can shoot her sleep gas through?
It's not. Yeah, it's not solid wall. If she just wants to shoot sleep
Yeah, it's
gas
just
through the
mesh.
mesh, she can.
Then I will do that.
Okay. Which one is that, and how does it work? Do you have that in front of you?
It's a level 3 spell, and I have
What's a
to
level-
find the card.
I thought you had a level 1 sleepy.
I don't. No, I have a shocking grasp. Would that put him to sleep?
Didn't you have dark? No, that
That's
just hurts him.
That's a different kind of sleep, and that's a touchy. So we'd have to once again get through the security stuff.
Yeah, all I have is the level 3.
We could also just go and
Yeah.
get the mesh wire mesh.
Wire's usually loud.
I could just walk through the thing with leaving the weapons on this side and just kind of go in there, break his neck.
That is something you can do if you want.
Could Rex fit through there and just open the door?
Rex would also have to pass through the scanner still.
And is entirely metal.
Well, I could shocking grasp through. Oh no, never mind. If he can't get in there, that's dumb.
Okay.
I can't find the
What-
card
what I-
that has the information on there.
Mr.
Okay,
Graves. Mr. Graves,
Yeah.
yes, please take all metal off and go take care of him.
I take off the questionable stuff. Here, hold this real quick. I go through.
Okay, you walk through.
Yeah, some
Okay.
reason I can't find any of my cards.
Okay, I then go into the little booth.
Okay, you open the door and go into the booth.
Okay. I have a question. Should we go to pickpocket something? Would that be a stealth check? For take time from?
It would be a sleight of hand check to pickpocket.
If you're
breaking
breaking
his
his neck, you can just loot the body.
I don't want him to be able to go and grab a echo device like the last one did and call for help.
If you break his neck, he can't reach for an echo device.
No.
Would that be athletics?
Yeah,
Barry
Fuck it,
just
I'm gonna
rips
go
his
and try
head
and
off.
break his neck.
roll
Barry just
athletics.
rips his head off. The head's gone.
Unnatural 20.
He performs his best imitation of an owl and stops snoring as you hear an audible pop and crack.
Tanya's gonna note down. Guard's neck easily broken, not optimal.
Okay, are there any buttons just turned off?
Suboptimal.
Good bunch is gonna turn off the scanner, Matt.
Yeah, you could shut off the scanner.
I shut the scanner and I retrieve my items.
There you go.
Ah.
Ness is
like
gonna go in there now.
All right.
Oh, I also grab his echo device. Guard's
Okay.
echo device.
Grab his badge.
And the badge. I'm assuming if they go on I put the badge on. I'm assuming that if they go on a alarm gets set off, it would go through the echo devices, right?
It's a great question.
Did it go off through when the alarms were off on the floor we were at before?
Through your echo devices? No.
I would say, well, through ones that we could hear
Through
there
his.
from like other guards.
Like
It
you
was
said,
kind of hard to
off
hear
them,
things
right?
over the sounds of the ones audibly going off above you.
Yes, I understand. It was like Bertram's car ride turned up to max volume.
Yeah. You guys were, in fact, on a floor where all of the sirens on the floor set off because you set off all of the fire alarms.
There was only one siren on the floor.
Touché!
God, they changed the updates thing. That's the thing. Weird.
This is going into the computer.
All right.
What
You have access to a computer. What is your goal? What are you trying to do
You're
here?
just going to cause havoc. See what you can hack.
Can I see if I can hack into the computer system to see if I can find our friends?
Oh, I want to loot the guard's body.
Okay, you can do that. And yeah, sure. Make a thieves' kit check.
Me or her?
Her. You're just gonna be
Okay,
emptying
good.
this guy's
That's
pockets.
27.
27. I'm gonna give you some honest information here. As you succeed in starting to get into this computer and its system.
Mhm.
You don't have context. They've not given you any floor they're on or anything.
Yeah.
And there are hundreds of floors.
Oh.
So it probably would take time.
We should ask them what floor they're on. Or their information.
Well,
Well, we don't
Text
really
them.
need to know. We don't really need to know what floor they're on. We just need to know what's on this floor.
Oh,
to
so
be able
what
to
floor are we on?
access and destroy it.
It's a great question.
can I look and see what floor we're on?
Yeah, you can check what floor you're on now. Currently, you're in the sublevels. Sublevel 3 at the moment. That would be
Okay.
below
Below the
ground.
base.
That would be below ground.
Can I check the cameras on this floor?
Yes, you can. What you trying to look for?
How many people are down here?
Interesting. Make an investigation check.
I mean, I
18.
could go and try and do Russian stuff, but I mean, we're substitute.
Send Bertram an update.
Yeah.
We're in the we're in the basement. If Barry gets what he's want, you will need a very fast evacuation plan.
All right. Going through the cameras, you start to go flick through. This is a large floor as you're going across all of it. So you do see a healthy chunk of people spread throughout. A number of them look like they're either engineers or mechanics working on a part or a piece. However, there are also a good, healthy chunk of guards patrolling, stationed, looking around. Since you are digging into this, however, I would love for you to make an insight check.
Insight check.
Anything we can do to help her?
21.
21.
God.
I will say, as you're scanning through and just seeing like how they're moving, where they're going, most of the guards keep checking their echo device steadily every couple of moments, and a lot of them keep an eye out over towards the entrance of this floor, and the ones closest to it don't seem to be moving as much and are more stationary and watching the way in.
Have they made us already? Do they know we are here?
Is there a vent that I could potentially put sleep gas into? You didn't write it down, so I don't know what that entails.
I think I
don't
wrote
have
it
a
down.
card
I
with
just
that.
don't know where this stuff went. I'm pretty sure it was a con save in an area, but I do not know for sure.
By chance, would it have been similar to Noxious Cloud or Noxious Gas, whatever that one is?
That's what I'm saying. I think it was a con save in an area, or they're like unconscious for a bit. They're asleep.
Rule of cool, gassing the air vents?
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out. Gassing the air vents is one thing, but I'm trying to figure out how effective it would be over such a large distance.
Actually, no, important question to add there. Does it look like they actually have,
Is it
gas mask or
Stinking
any kind of
Cloud?
face protection?
No, it's not Stinking Cloud. I'm pretty sure it was a sleep thing.
Well, the sleep thing that you did was modified, I'm pretty sure. So I was
That's what I'm saying. I think it's a con save in an area. The only guess. I'm just
That's what I was
unsure the
asking.
size of the area.
I was asking
the
if
clouds,
Thinking Cloud was the big.
That's what
Stinking
I'm
Cloud
trying to
says
look
20-foot radius.
That would probably be it then. I was trying to bring up the stuff to check while we were continuing on. But I will say, even with that, trying to pump one effect... Trying to pump in, it would probably at least take a good couple of castings of effects at this point, though, just because this is a very, very large floor.
Also, do they look like how do these guys look geared? Like
Gas mask. Anything?
Just kind of standard bodyguard stuff you guys have been seeing. Nothing like exceptionally. They're not like kitted out and ready for war, but they're definitely guards in a high security area. Like they have
Okay.
the armoring on. You can see they have shields. You can see they have like assault rifles and sidearms.
All right, Mr. Graves, I have an idea that I think you'll be very happy with.
Oh yes.
You know how you're really good at being really quiet, even though you're really big.
Yes.
All right. Maybe we could guide you along, and you just take out one person at a time and drag the bodies away.
We're doing Russian stuff, yes! Oh, quiet. Yes, sir.
Any issues with that? Look at the both of them.
Be very fun.
Nessa's gonna shake her head.
All right.
No.
If things do go wrong, well, have fun and, as
Can
said
Nessa
before,
pull up?
break as much as
Sorry.
possible.
Can Nessa set up like a second tab on the computer that has like an alarm set on the far side of the floor, so that if something does happen, they'll be set to the as far away from them as possible?
Actually, quick question. Can you set alarms off on any other floor as well? Just cause general chaos and mayhem?
Find out in a second. Matt silences thinking or disconnection.
You could potentially try to.
Can I make
And is
it
there
like
any-
a sensor, like make the sensor broken so it says that there's something going on?
What sensor for what area? Like what? There's a lot of sensors in a lot of places. What do you like? Where are you trying to direct people? Like what are you trying to do?
To the far side of the floor in case something goes wrong with Barry, so everybody runs to the opposite end of the floor as us. Like a motion sensor or something goes off that would send the guards over there.
Or just set off alarm over there?
You could. I'm trying to figure out how that would work here. Hold on, give me a second.
I just make it broken. I break it.
Set the
I mean,
alarm
you
off.
could set. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If there's sensors over there for like machinery or something, you could set one of them to send up a I'm busted situation.
I think she wants more of like set an alarm off so it's active, like, you know, like beeping over there, like metal detector has gone off over there type deal. I think that's what she's going for. So it lures people over that way. I believe that is the intent.
Okay, then yeah, you could potentially do so.
Everyone's so robotic for me right now for some reason. I did not understand a word he just said.
Beep,
It
boop,
was
beep,
just
boop.
talking and trying to clarify points. Can you hear better now, or is it still going robot?
Okay.
It's okay. Matt got the point.
Robert talk? Okay, yeah, I will.
Hello? Yeah, Matt got the point.
So,
So you get what I mean?
So yeah, you could potentially do so. That would be something you'd do in the moment to set it off, but that is an option you can do.
Right, but can I ready it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can have the idea of like that over there is what I want to target. When it comes to that time, you could do it then.
Okay. And also, can I send a scout bot with Barry?
Yeah, easy enough.
so shall we get
Oh.
started then?
All right, if we need to go, escape plan is obviously the elevator is underground. We may need to cut a hole in the top and climb out if for some reason it is shut down.
Yeah. All right.
If you do anything big, can you possibly set a timer? Or
Really
any
stuff.
big things you rig?
I mean, I did. Didn't I buy stuff to go on that? Yeah, explosive parts. Yeah. I should actually have everything to
You
get.
did in fact
go.
do so.
Yeah.
And Nesta can see through the scout bot, right?
Yes, as long as it's within about 100 feet.
How big's the floor?
Size of the building, so by
Big.
100 by 1,000.
How close are the guards?
Spread throughout the floor.
Oh, so this is gonna be a long endeavor if we're gonna get everybody, huh?
Listen, he just needs to pass his sneaking checks and just make people disappear one by one.
Yep.
He's a terror in the night.
They won't.
I guess that's what the cameras are for.
They won't hear the necks breaking or heads smashing through the noise of everything going around.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
Hold on, before he leaves, can Nessa give him a guidance?
Yeah, but that only lasts a minute, so it wouldn't really be the most helpful for him.
Aw,
Since he's going
mind.
off into a large floor area. It's great for in the moment stuff. It's just not so great for overtime things when you won't be with them.
That's fair. Never mind. Wait, yeah, okay. Yeah, he can go. Bye. Bye, Barry. Get out of here.
Thumbs up. All right. First stealth check. 26.
Yeah.
Do you want to swap? Do you want to swap to the other crew for a while?
That's what I was going to ask, is they stepped off if they were going to hold off until things went wrong, or if they had anything they wanted to do at the moment. As Barry lumbers off, silently and lurking like a menace.
I
To
once
the
again
group
need to
up top.
mute for a little while. I need to mute for a couple minutes again. I'll be back.
Okay, to the group up top,
He's such
do you
a
have anything you'd like to
stealthy
do, or
guy.
are we just hard holding off until there's some business, like something happening?
Okay. Pretty sure they were wanting us to and then we did silence. Tactics. Yeah, fun.
Thaddeus, you there?
Eric, what you thinking?
They are so quiet.
Thinking I'm over here and largely waiting, but I know that there's a couple things that might be done, so I'm seeing what comes up.
Thaddeus, you there? Step away. Are you muted?
Pretty sure he muted himself and he had to go away for a bit.
I thought that was
That's
Robert,
what
not
said.
Thaddeus.
That's what
no,
Robert
sorry.
just said. He was muting himself for a moment. Yeah.
Isn't
I'm here,
Thaddeus with me?
and I
There
was
he is.
muted.
Okay.
Question, real quick.
Go for it.
We came in with a bunch of devices. I remember we came in with our own little, the embedded biochip, etc., etc., etc. Did we change out our whole loadout, or would everything we still have on us be ours?
It was whatever you brought in with you. I brought in fucking nothing.
Yeah,
Well,
see, everybody
except
left behind
for-
a certain amount of stuff.
My burner
I
echo
think-
and a pair of gloves.
And I think you left most of your weapons behind because taking 13 buzz axes
everything.
would be a bad idea to go through
It
security
is
with.
not 13. Thank you very much.
You lost two.
I'm guessing.
I have like 15, I
Oh.
think.
Even better.
Those last two
I'm
buzz
guessing.
axes are special. Okay.
I remember I brought my gun in because I lied my ass off about being attacked by an animal.
Is that a
You know
lie?
what? I'm wrong too. It's 16.
But I think you left most of your stuff behind, and you just couldn't. You just had the exoskeleton left because, well, you can't really just easily remove that.
Oh no, it wasn't
I-
my gun. It was my,
I brought in some
my
weapons as well, like my sword and some guns
my
I don't
gauntlets. That's what it was. No, I think it was both.
My point being was, did I bring in my own Echo Net, or were we replaced with a specialized one for this mission?
They didn't give you an Echo Net, so if you had one, it's your own, an Echo device.
And if you desperately need an echo, I mean, tell me.
You can just-
I'll steal one.
You know what? Can you give me an Echo?
Can I get her an echo?
Would you love to roll a sleight of hand? How would you like to, in an attempt to pickpocket this Echo?
Well, I'm gonna look at Terry and be like, telepathic communication, which means facial expressions. Do you think? Because I imagine he can hear
sorry,
everything that we're saying.
Yeah. So, like, the see anything, like, if he's got any
Like a head
eyes on
nod.
any that are...
Like a,
He just kind of, like, tilts his head, like, nods, but, like, nods in a slight direction, and you... If you look over that way, you can see there's some people busy over there, but one of them's just sitting kind of not directly guarded on a desk.
Then I'm gonna point at myself and then point at him with like, you or me.
Shrugs.
I'll point back to myself and then nod him in that direction, saying, give me a bit of an opening. And then I'll make a move.
He nods, he pulls out another 2 bottles of rum and grabs 3 cups of coffee and wanders over in that direction.
Sleight of hand check, you say?
Yep. As you were doing that, you see as he walks over there, starts to like open up with the hey, and he holds up what he's got, and he watches he pours some in and starts passing it around.
23.
23. His distraction of booze and coffee combined is the ultimate ambrosia and ichor for sleep-deprived scientists. They are sufficiently distracted for you to swipe the Echo device.
And then just lightly toss her it. And go over and partake in the celebratory ablutions.
As you take a drink, you realize Terry got the good shit.
I would imagine.
Back.
However, you are perceptive enough to notice that he's pouring for them out of a different bottle than the one he's pouring for you, and everybody else is getting the slightly worse, not bad, but slightly worse alcohol.
I'll just give the little cup a bit of a acknowledgement tilt, and then finish it off while Crystal does her thing.
All right.
I'm just going to be
Crystal.
trying to message the hacker group that we
All right.
mentioned from that one. I don't know the name of their organization. Just send them a text. Hey, if I give you access to a Echo device, can you get further in?
Yep.
Do the security
I-
or something?
I was trying to bring it up to you. You don't have his anything. He gave you a little thumb drive thing to plug in to something if you wanted
Yep.
his help.
I'm aware. I want to just message them from an Echo rather than use a thumb drive.
You can also just
No,
plug
that's
the
what I'm
thumb
saying.
drive
He
into
did
the
not
Echo.
give you his Echo connection. Or are you going to plug the thumb? You're trying to plug the thumb drive. Bleh. Plug the thumb drive into this Echo to cause him to notice.
No.
Well, if it's like this is your remote hack point, then that could give you a more communicative whatever the hell.
I thought it was a one-time use flash drive, thumb drive thing.
He just said plug it in somewhere. Like, plug it into a security thing somewhere. Didn't really tell you much about it.
He didn't say it was a one-time use device?
He did not particularly say it was a one-time use device.
Well then, if I can assume it's not a one-time use device, I will plug it into this stolen Echo to try to contact
Okay.
him.
You do so. And then you get a moment of just going through and it's flashing through screens after a brief moment, and it's you basically just get the moment where they pull up the equivalent of a Word document and there's just a question mark that appears on it.
Now you can chat. Hooray! Communication.
See, that's what I thought he was going for at first.
I mean, I was going for communication, but I wasn't.
No, I
thought I
thought you were gonna do this thing at first. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then you went nope, and I was like, wait, what?
It's
Oh, yeah.
exactly, that's
Question
exactly
mark
what
on the
I
Word
did.
document. Question on the generic typing document.
Notepad. I'll plug Notepad all day.
Exactly.
I love that
We
stupid
love you,
thing.
Notepad.
Are you sure it doesn't work on the
Notepad?
Are you sure it doesn't run on the Lowe's Genesis system?
Oh my god. Yeah. How would you like to reply to him?
Hey, what's up? Can you use this connection?
You just get for very little.
For a nominal fee.
Would it help you to update our clearances?
No.
Could you get some passwords for something?
His Echo.
Could you send a bunch of spam messages to make this person seem to be an insider?
Easily.
Keep that for background. Is there anything else you can do? Tap into the network, tap into internet, tap into anything?
I can see his search history, and you don't want to.
Considering he's at work currently, I kind of want to know, but I also really don't want to know.
You get a link if you wish to click on it. But that's up to you.
Maybe later. Most of the guys here use their devices to remotely connect to computers, take their notes, interact with things. Can you hijack that connection or make a connection to somewhere else? Or tell us the password that he uses for his remote devices or remote connection software?
I can see his notes, but you think of like I can see the notes on here, but it doesn't have any connections to anything. And honestly, it's boring.
I assumed it would be. Then that's fine. Just make him seem like an insider. Like he's giving away company secrets. If you can.
No, I know what you can do. Go to the company email. Send all.
You just get can do from him.
I'm just gonna click on the link just because I want to know what it is.
So you know you want to forward it to all.
I have to roll something.
Before I do so, also can you embed like a virus into something? Into an email? Just to infect further people going up the chain?
Can do. Alright. Unfortunately, the sound is on when you click on the link. I had to roll to see if the sound was on this device
Why would
or
the
not.
sound be
because
on?
Wait, Matt, no, hang on.
Why wouldn't the sound be on?
Why
Wait,
would
Matt,
the
there's-
sound be on in a secure building like this?
There's an important
it's his
question.
Echo device. Yes.
The sound might be on, but what's the volume at?
He will describe in a moment.
Another die besides this fate.
No, I was just gonna look at the number I rolled. At least it's not blaringly loud, but the sound is on. Some noises proceed to ensue, and you just have a number of people slowly turn their head.
Spam emails. What's with these ads? I'm turning it off as soon as I can.
That's fair. That's fair. You do know what he's into now, if that makes you feel better.
It does not.
You can try it later with Terry.
That would be tricky considering what it is, but that's okay. So you shut that off. And for
not
the
even part of what I was
second
doing.
time in this infiltration, porn has been blared for people to hear.
Infiltration. That's the word. I'm sorry, I forgot it earlier.
That's okay. As Bertram, I'm pretty sure you also heard this.
I look over there. I look at the guy whose device it's supposed to be to see if there's any recognition in their face.
Hold on, I have to see if they can hear it. I
Not
gave
like
it to
full
you
on
'cause you're
turn
the
head, but like shift eyes. Yes. I don't think it's.
Oh shit! Actually, yeah, they have a decent perception. They're like taking a sip and they're like frozen, like the paling and blushing at the same time.
It's a video on the internet. Anyone and everyone could have seen it.
No, I'm not saying it in the sense of he knows exactly it's his. It's oh no, I recognize that, in that moment of panic. It's not in the I need to check for anything. He doesn't spin immediately, but it's the same idea where if you have something that you're embarrassed by blared steadily in public, you're afraid of your reaction.
How long was it?
You're not
playing
instantly
for?
busted. That's not what's happening.
Yeah, but now I have eyes on me.
Portal.
So I'd rather not have eyes on me.
Just awkwardly shuffle to the bathroom. It'll be fine.
I think we're gonna move back down to the group below if unless you guys have something else. Just because you're waiting on stuff to go wrong.
Well, we now have a hacker embedded in the device. That means we can embed them in other devices.
How big is the Echo device? Just out of curiosity.
They're actually kind of chunky.
Okay.
I think they're about 6 inches across and like just shy of a foot down.
Oh, so it's like a little iPad.
Yeah, they're kind of chunky.
Just shove it down your shirt. It'll
Think
be
like
fine.
you remember the Game Boy Colors? It's honestly kind of like an oversized Game Boy Color a lot of times.
Right, but how many Game Boy
Kindle?
Color attachments does it have?
Like a Kindle Fire, which is just an oversized Game Boy Color touchscreen.
They actually don't have that many touchscreens. They have buttons.
They have buttons.
Yes. That's why I referred you to the Game Boy Color.
Never mind then. I am sorry.
No, you're good. I will send a picture of one in chat for y'all.
Well, I'm gonna laugh at the lady that played porn while the camera shifts.
Yeah. I'm happy this has happened twice. Alright. Barry, you're going off into do your stealth thing, your stealth games, dum-da-dum.
Dum-da-dum.
You said you had a... When did you get on your first stealth?
26.
Gotcha. As you loom into the darkness and start to lurk around, you come across your first victim. We're not going to do this for every single person, because that would take way
Very
too
good.
long. So instead, we're going to play this in a sequence of a couple of skill checks on how you wish to handle this.
Alright. What you got? Yeah, apparently. Oh, yeah. You can find different skins for it.
Extra cookie buttons.
How would you like to handle your people as you find them, as you're lurking through these slightly steamy, sparky mesh walls in maze of pipes, lines, machinery, humming, and not great lighting?
Okay, now. So, you noted in a few places that there were, oh, fuck. Metal frame, wire frame, chicken wire shit. What the fuck we call it again? Wire,
Mesh.
mesh. Wire mesh, goddamn. Some places the wire mesh was very, not very attached.
Overall, there's still some places like that, probably, yeah.
Okay. Using a combination of those to go and make ambushes. But you mean like a specific one or just in general?
Any like in general plan for how you wish to approach stuff, or if you have a specific cool moment you want to point out?
Use things like those as like alleys to go and pick people off one by one. People are just lagging back, just by themselves, or they're gonna hide from groups. How tall is the ceiling in this? And do they look up?
It's at least probably more than one story for this room.
Okay. Climbing. Just going up and just...
Pulling people up from below, gotcha.
Yes.
The old-fashioned original Tarzan method, I understand.
Just have a lot of horror
So we're
movie
gonna
tropes.
add to this, since you already have a decent stealth check as you're rolling about and doing things, I would like to add a sleight of a hand and an athletics to you to see how well you handle keep doing these actions while staying hidden.
Just sleight of hand anyway. Oh, no. Dexterity, okay. Hey, do you want athletics or sleight of hand first?
It doesn't matter.
Athletics. 22. Yeah, 22.
Gotcha.
That's plus 3, 19 for sleight of hand.
All right. I'm going to say you're out there for probably 15, 20 minutes going about getting a number of guards as you crawl through the floors before... and you're not really having any issues. You're coming across guards, you're snagging them up, pulling them up into the... like up in the area above. You'll either like break their neck or something quick just to get rid of them, or like
Also,
wrestle their shield off real quick and then...
Also, I am tying their bodies up in like the ceiling wires and everything. So they're not
I
just
figured, since
down
you were
on the
talking
ground.
about, you said you're pulling them up to you.
Yep.
Nope, I got you. I understand the plan.
Bro, some low-budget xenomorph. The fuck's he doing?
I mean, honestly, yeah, that's kind of what he's happening. He's just going through and being
Yes.
a slasher villain for a moment. Pulling them up, wrestling like their shields off real quick with one arm before quickly moving with the other to just go through some moments of extreme violence. You get through a good 20-30 minutes of this process of just nothing happening up above because, God, he has to slowly crawl through or move through this whole building and try to avoid being seen. Before Nessa, you notice a lot of the guards stop what they're doing as they get an alert on their echo. Or you assume an alert on their echo at least, because like within a few moments of each other, they all stop and pull it out.
Do I get the echo alert? Because I have one of their EchoNet devices.
I mean, yeah, if you're paying attention to your echo instead of going after the people, yeah, I suppose it does go off.
I mean, I would take notice if it went off.
Say, is it loud enough for everyone to just, hear type deal?
I think it's more like a buzz for a lot of them. That's fair. I think it's more like the, loud is hard to hear there, so it's more like the vibrate function would kick off. So fair, you get a notification.
Just multiple vibrations going
What's it
off in
say?
the ceiling.
Yeah.
For him, I'm going to give it to you, if you guys give me a second there. You guys don't have one right now, though, so...
I can tell them in a second.
That is true. So the notification of it is basically you get the a thing across suspicions confirmed, lock down the floor.
I send that note to
Possible hostiles hostiles confirmed on the floor.
I send that note to them. Find some place to hide.
Can Nessa take away their security passes? Their security clearance?
Would you like to try?
Yeah, I think that'd be really funny.
Please
Also
roll.
send an alert to Arik and them. Possibly
She's
about
gonna take
to
it
go
away
hot.
preferably take it away from all of them except for the one that Barry has, and then lock the doors.
Roll a...
Would not be a tinker check.
No, it'll be a thieves' kit check. I'm deciding to have something extra there, though, that might be applying. or how to handle it.
Could you also just unlock the, just lift the security again to let us leave when we leave?
Yeah. Well, I rolled it. You want to know what I got?
Yeah, it'll be on their end instead of your end.
Nat 1. Bum, bum, bum.
What you got?
I got a 30.
A 30?
Oh, God!
That's
Yeah.
really good. Which
By the
means you
power of
don't get
artifice.
shut out immediately, as you are now actively trying to stop, as you realize you're scrolling through and you go to, like, take away security clearance for some of them, you have to take a minute of a detour, as you are now actively having to fight to stay in the system.
Oh.
As somebody else seems to have caught on and is trying to kick you out of the system.
Well, no, ma'am.
At the moment, you are still in. However, they will probably be continuing to try and remove you from the system.
And I'll continue to not be kicked out of the system, okay? Mm-hmm.
And you can try. That is absolutely up to you.
How far away is the elevator door we came in?
Probably like 40, 45 feet.
Okay. Let's keep a eye on that and be ready if anything comes out of there while she's doing her stuff.
Also, keep in mind, you can go and hide in the wire mesh areas as well.
All right. At this exact moment, you guys have started their kerfuffle. What would you guys like to do?
Barry is still trying to keep his patience and still pick people off bit by bit. But he does occasionally go and... No, he stays on as he is.
There's only
Okay,
going to be a handful of more people alone, I will tell you.
Can he go and get people lagging behind him? What?
Update the upstairs group on what just happened.
Fair enough. You guys do get that update. No, like I said, there's only going to be a handful more. After that, they're going to be moving somewhat together.
How big of a group so that we're talking?
They're moving in groups of 2 to 4.
I mean, maybe some of those groups of 2, he could just come down and grab their heads and go, now kiss. Again and again and again until they're very red. And liquidy.
Option he can try to do. Just
We're also,
offering the warning for him.
Fires, you gonna have to drag both of them up at once? Garrett.
There's also potentials to do. You wish to try. I'm just giving you the warnings.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and drag 2 people up at once.
Cool. Make an athletic check at disadvantage.
Hey, Ness, can you go and say, Miss Green, could you set off all the alarms in this area, since we're already going with this?
Can I?
Athletic, you say?
Yeah. Make a thieves' kit check at disadvantage.
A natural 20.
On both?
Oh, no, the first one is like 19 plus 8. This one is
okay.
12 plus 8.
Then that's 12.
He said unnatural.
Oh, it sounded like natural on my side. Sorry, that's why I was very confused. Okay.
No, the first one was way higher. This one is lower.
The
first group you pull
was
up
sneaky.
managed to handle.
Yeah.
What, Eric?
I said the was sneaky.
Beyond was sneaky.
Just like
First,
Barry.
Because I am a very stealthy person.
Just like Barry.
What was your roll, Nessa?
It's a 21.
21?
Mm-hmm. I got a really
You
high.
have a choice in this moment. You can either stay in the system or you can set off the alarms.
Oof.
To you. Which you think is more important?
I think I should stay in the system.
But you might not stay in the system for long, though, remember. But I'm also not there, so shutting up.
Yeah, shut up, Dylan.
Barry's not
Get
playing
out
Silent
of here.
horror movie.
You're not in this episode.
Will you be... If I go wait by the elevator for... If I go wait by the elevator for something wrong to possibly happen there, would you be able to keep everyone updated on what's going on? Or will that
Should be able
multitasking be
to.
too hard?
I kind of need a lot of my focus. If I'm being
stay here.
honest.
I'll stay here with you and keep updates going then.
Thank you.
All right, what would you guys like to do?
I'm staying in the system.
Yep, on this round. Now we're heading back to the second round of it all.
Well, you made it sound
Okay.
like every turn she will be attempting to stay in the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, every turn she can attempt to do something. In this case, she didn't quite succeed. She met with resistance,
Big
so
cat.
she had to choose.
Okay,
But she can
hey,
still
kitty cat.
take an attempt to do something.
Come on, Kiki. Quit acting like you're feral little heathen.
Next, you can do a thing then, or attempt to do
Yeah.
a thing.
This is
I'm
like what you
Can I
guys did.
still try to deny them access?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be an ongoing thing as you go.
Barry sends him a message though, saying make sure you have a hidey hole prepared. This is kind of squishy. It might not survive it as well as Barry might.
Matt, you know what I thought of for Barry? When I was just in between the racking and aisles, like in between the shit at Lowe's, and it scared a lot of people.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happening here. Just more lethal.
Taking them back
Alright,
to
what
his
would
nest.
you guys like to do?
Can I knock it? Oh wait, whose turn is it?
It's back to refresh for everybody getting to try their stuff.
Pay attention to the door. Relay stuff from Nessa.
That's a good point. Make a
I'm
perception.
gonna continue my fight.
Do. Miss Weaver's refresh.
Can I roll my
18.
thieves kit?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out 18. Good to know. What are you trying to do? Like, what's your action you want to actively do this round?
Did I deny their access already?
No. Okay.
No, I meant, okay, when I said deny access, I meant to the cards of the security guards.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I didn't know if I thought you were talking about the person that you were fighting for access to the computer with on that one. Yeah, you could reach him to do that.
So my plan was I was going to cut off all of the security passes, minus the one that Barry has, and then shut all the doors and lock them.
Okay. Yeah, I know that. I remember that bit. You said deny access to the thing. I thought instead. My bad.
No, I meant deny access to the.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 29.
29. All right. You start to shut off security passes for a lot of the individual guards.
And I start locking the doors.
Are there a lot of doors down there?
Not a ton, but there's a handful.
It might bottleneck some people for you.
Kind of, sort of.
Hey, she's gonna go on her net. Hey, Doug. I locked all the doors. Your pass that you acquired should still be good. Over.
Alrighty. Send a text back. Is there anything heavy I could just go and knock down onto any of these groups of people and just scatter away?
You could
Knock
absolutely
all
try.
over?
Make a Make an investigation check. It feels like more of just trying to find a good loose piece to startle people.
It's fucking just rip shit out of the walls or ceiling.
Yes. I don't think I'd do it, but 11?
11. It's well enough to do, to find something. I will ask, however, as the penalty for a lower roll, to re-roll your stealth check, please, as you start to, push and shove and rock back and forth, and a huge, heavy, piping piece that's attached to the ceiling up here is knocked loose and drops down towards a bunch of guards.
24.
24. Good to know. As it like rattles and clangs and smashes into the floor. With an 11, I think it took a moment and it rattled around enough that most of them got out of the way, but it did send a bunch of people scattering for a second. They're still
Like
all mostly within sight of each other, but it definitely rattled them and threw them for a loop.
Any of them I can get real quick with a quick wire down, or say scatter away?
Disadvantage sleight of hand, please.
Sleight of hand again. That's 3. Yes, that's a nat 20.
Disadvantage?
Shit!
For the second time, no.
16.
Okay, you can get one of them. I will say, as you get to pool, you will get one of them without getting harmed, but they do spot and start to fire at you. So you will only be able to get one from these people unharmed.
Alright, I mosey off and separate, go to a different area.
As you hear like a, shit, fuck, he's up above, and starts to shoot.
Can I drop one of the dead bodies back on him?
You get another like ping across your message as it seems to be passed across a lot of people's message on the this like security group here of he's running through the ceilings a lot. Keep the eyes up.
I like to picture that's more of a walkie-talkie, and that just just that out of so many places in the ceiling just comes out.
Just walking up, he's in the ceiling, and then they hear from above them, he's in the ceiling.
Get like a feedback. He's in the ceiling, he's in the ceiling, he's in the ceiling, he's in the ceiling.
There's always 3 of the fucking things up there, the walkie-talkies with me then.
Yup. So now they all know he's in the ceiling. However, there's a horrifying echo from above of he's in the ceiling.
It's like one of the fucking Jabberjay thing from Hunger Games. Oh.
He's in the wall. He's in the goddamn wall.
And there is a very large amount of gunfire going into the ceiling. Please make a dexterity save.
They're just shooting at the ceiling and hoping
Advantage or disadvantage?
There's just normal.
Okay. That's 18.
Barbarian thing give him advantage?
Oh yeah, that would. 21 is enough. Doesn't matter, you already passed.
Okay. And can I
As this effectively means any of the bullets that hit you, your shield would absorb and it's not much of an issue.
I slip down into the more of the alleys near the whatchamacallit.
Cool.
The wire meshes. For a bit.
Alright, that's the second round of this. Third round, what would you guys like to do? Actually, sorry, second round. Tanya, are you still standing guard?
Yep. Just like
anything
I
in
said,
particular?
And are the guys up above doing anything yet about? Or is this
Nessa shut all the doors down, didn't she?
Yeah.
All the ones here.
Yeah, no, just keep an eye on the elevator.
Perception, please.
Hopefully nothing changed from the fact of me looking at the elevator in the time that it took to blink.
There's been a guard down there the entire time. He's been staring at you just like...
As the neck slowly finishes its howl mimicry.
17.
Yeah.
Alright.
Take your drink, then, Matt.
No, we're not playing that game right now. Alright, round 3, what would you guys like to do?
Third verse, same as the first.
Is it the same for everybody?
I mean...
Well, minus Nessa. Nessa actually accomplished her thing, so she kind of has to...
Do I still have to fight for access?
You kept access through the last round because you succeeded by enough.
Okay.
So you are still technically fighting them, it's just if you have something else you would like to do.
How much of the population have I whittled down yet?
A chunk.
Alright.
Make a call. Time for a big play.
Oh, what?
Make a
Wanna
call.
go?
Time for a big play.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I was about to go start causing chaos. Okay.
Bertram, you are being kept updated pretty much.
All
as
the
things
updates
rise,
basically mean, yep, not done yet. Okay.
as we get things.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of just it. Okay. So I've been mostly going after the guards for a while now, right?
That's what you just said.
Okay. Okay. So after all I've seen, do I go and notice any... Can I turn off the lights or anything up here or do anything like that? Can I text Nessa about that, actually?
I mean, yeah, you could send us a message about shutting off lights.
Yes. Is there a way to her turn again, or can we just get it to do?
Comes over the echo.
Can I turn off the lights?
Absolutely. I will say it will be a thieves' kit check just because you are fighting to keep in the system.
No, that's completely valid.
Would the emergency lights would probably stay on though, wouldn't they, or something?
It's a great question. Depends on what she does.
Yeah.
And if this building actually has emergency lights.
Well, it doesn't seem to have stairs, so someone's been bribing the fire marshal.
They probably own the fire marshal.
So what am I doing?
Thieves' kit check to stay in the system, and I think he's asking to shut off lights.
There's too many corpos on the planet.
That's a 27.
27. You can shut off lights and stay in the system.
Hell yeah.
How many lights are you shutting off? How dark do you want this place?
Leave some of the emergency lights on. Turn off
Just
most of
leave the
majority of
emergency light.
page lights.
Alright, it's extremely dim in here. But it is still somewhat visible. As there is a slight glow lights on instead of the already kind of not great visibility in this area. It is even worse.
Barry wants to set up a few
For the moment going forward, stealths will have advantage, but perceptions will have disadvantage.
Alright. Does that mean the stealth goes back to normal, or stealth actually has advantage?
No, at the moment, stealth will have advantage. You only had disadvantage because of something else happening.
Oh. Oh dear. That doesn't fill me with confidence. Okay. So I'd like to go on next few of them. I would like to go and start with by causing chaos by having the dead bodies arranged so I can go and have them drop from the ceiling while I'm down below. Like it makes it look like I'm dropping down from the ceiling, so they start fire up above. Kind of like a bot. There's two bodies up there. One that actually dropped. One just stays up there, right?
Okay.
The dead body drops, and then I go and come in from the side.
Little did we know, Dylan had a fantasy to be a spider.
Apparently. I mean, okay, do so. That'd be a route because of the distraction.
Yeah.
What are you trying to
And
achieve?
I want them to go and look up and fire, so give me a distraction long enough to go and kill at least a few of them. Just go and grab two of them by the side and just slap their heads together, break the necks, whatever.
I like that distraction. I like how that works. I like how you can attempt to do this.
How big are the groups left?
As we're going forward, I want to layer something out. As we're going forward, since you guys have activated the alarm, they know you're here, they're looking for you. Skill checks will have a degree of success. In your situation, since you're in active combat, if you fail, you will take damage to your health to represent a number of failures occurring.
Okay.
If you succeed, and you can have either I fail what I want and I take damage, I succeed and I take damage, or you full succeed.
Okay.
So you can roll stealth normally since you're trying to drag off two people into the darkness. Sorry, your stealth will still be at advantage to get back into the darkness, but your athletics will be at disadvantage since you're trying to grab two people at once.
Wait, it would be at disadvantage, you say?
For your athletics.
Well, that's a big difference. Okay. So disadvantage on athletics. I almost got another natural 20. Instead, I just have 19.
For the third time. No.
No.
Okay.
No, you ain't allowed.
19, I'm going to put at this point, since you're in a large hostile environment with a lot of people, as partial success.
Okay.
And you're going to take, it is not as bad as you think, you're going to take 8 damage to your health.
Not
As
shield?
you hit them and start to drag them off. No, because this is supposed to represent risk and success in a situation where he's fighting and dealing with a lot of people. And if we only ever bother with shields, there is literally no risk to you guys. And he's
Also,
also grabbing a group, so a lot of a
That
group are
does
going to
mean
turn
they
and
just did
start
about
firing.
48 damage. That does mean they just did about 48 damage. So, I mean...
So don't fail again.
Don't
Or
So
else
fail
it'll
like the
hurt.
idea of here, it's not. It's going to do stuff to health because otherwise there's no risk for you guys in any situation.
Yeah,
Fair.
no, this is fair. I mean, it's both... Okay, there's a lot, but I also have a big-ass fucking shield I can wait to recharge.
You got shot a lot.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the point. You attacked a group, you had to get hit a lot.
No, this is
Trust
I'm
me, you're
fine with
taking a lot of bullets still. You're okay.
Duck.
it. No, I'm fine with this.
All right, as you just lumber back off into the darkness with 2 people that are never going to be seen again living. You did your lights. This is actually important. Are you still? If you're keeping watch, please roll your perception at disadvantage.
Why wouldn't I be keeping watch at the door?
Well, you know,
Got bored.
honestly, it's very possible.
I got 213, so that's dirty 20.
Okay. You have a moment to. You have a bit more of a moment to react. How to put this? You hear a very light thing at first, and you look over, and something ting 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 hits the ground at the floor near you. As you watch as somebody stepped out, you caught sight of them for a second, threw something at the security booth, and then ran back into the darkness.
Oh, if I've
As
got
you
a moment.
recognize somebody just threw a fucking grenade at you.
Oh, if I've got a moment to react, that's getting thrown back out.
You've got a moment to react. It'll be a dexterity saving throw.
Is there somebody else trying to play slasher movie villain?
No, it's someone. Hold on. Did the elevator door ever open?
This was not from the elevator. This was from back behind you. You caught the flicker of the movement out of
Okay.
the corner of your eye, and you whirled to see them.
Okay, it's a 19.
The 19 is a pass. As you just boot and kick a grenade back, skittling back into the mechanics, and then you hear the explosion just go off.
Point
This
deduction!
grenade hit at your chair.
Point deductions for not cocking the grenade ahead of time! Writes that down.
All right. Things are going off down below. There is some stir of the guards on the top floor, but it's not enough to remove all of the guards. There's a small portion of them heading out on the floor with the other group. What would you guys like to do?
People be moving and they seem distracted.
Yes, you're still most of the guard presence here, but it is dwindling some.
I look at Crystal and put pressure on Thaddeus.
I hear put pressure on Thaddeus. Don't put pressure on Thaddeus. I just had to sneak off because I got distracted. Because everything went off. How do things look currently?
The guard presence is still very much on this floor, but you are noticing that some of the guard presence is currently dwindling a bit.
Something's happening somewhere, but it's not in oh god fucking hurry mode yet.
Correct.
Does it seem like they're going off to any particular place?
The
Or is
elevator.
it
Are
obvious?
going to the elevators.
Okay.
The might and
didn't
power
we
of
get-
elevators not telling you exactly where they're going.
Didn't we get a message from one of them?
They're trying things.
Yeah, they've been keeping steady
Don't know.
updates. You've gotten the "we're killing people now." Barry is reenacting a horror movie now, basically.
Someone threw a grenade into the security booth with Nessa. Kicked it back.
Is the most recent one.
I have a good idea where they're going. Did they tell us what floor they were on?
We don't know. Oh, I know we said basement.
Nope, you guys got sub level 3.
Yeah, there we go.
And I believe you sent that up.
Yeah.
Well then, to continue, essentially. Is there any part on this floor that does not seem to be watched by guards current? I don't know how many guards were originally on this floor, or how many have left.
Overall, there's still probably going to be people keeping on most of the floor. However, there are a couple areas where there is distinctly less guard presence, so it'd be easier to slip through something if you wish.
Then I would like to find a computer that's in said blind spot.
I will reiterate, it's not a blind spot, it is just less watched. But yes, you can do so.
Your chances have improved.
Chances have improved. I know that Mr. Hackerman has access to this one echo, so I'm going to plug this echo into said computer.
Make sure you yank the USB drive out so they can put in another.
Yes.
Alright.
Of course, I'm reclaiming the USB drive first.
Gotcha.
I don't want it to be there as we walk away. I'd get really upset.
Trust me, I was listening for what happened with it.
I had originally assumed that I put it back in my pocket after plugging it in, but I re-listened and said I unplugged it from the...
Yep, and we work on a game of communication, so if you don't tell me, I can't say it happened.
So, to be specific,
Especially now, please.
I'm going to go start working at a computer.
Okay.
I plug in the stolen Echo device.
Okay.
And then I don't know if I can still use the Echo or not. I do not know how that interacts with the computer systems or not.
I gotta step away again, and this time I won't be listening. Sounded like there was a drive-by down the street. I'll be back.
Okay, don't get shot.
Okay. What?
That is quite a way to leave.
I'm sorry?
Guess we're staying upstairs for a bit.
Yeah, we're staying upstairs for a minute. Yeah, you can plug the Echo device in.
And I'm sending a message to the hacker over that text document from the stolen Echo. Can you access any of
Okay.
these systems? Can you
Tell them to
access the
copy the
network
file
now?
over.
I can just copy the file over as well. But I didn't want
Yeah.
to be on the big screen
Then turn off the monitor.
because I don't know what the screen is.
Okay, well, anyways, we're at the plug-in point where you're plugging it in. He's like, I can do so. Like, what? He's like, okay, he's in the... Just sends a, yeah. And after a minute, he's in the computer.
I didn't think I'd get this far.
What? Okay.
I don't know what I was expecting, but I was expecting something to go wrong before I got to this point. So, instead, if you can access the network, can you start shutting things off?
I can only basically it's like I can only mess with a little from this. This is just a personal like a personnel commuter. I can't. It's not connected to much.
It should at least be connected to things in this room if they're running experiments on the things in this room.
Above table, you
Yeah,
know what it's probably connected to? The network security hub.
Probably the internet, probably the Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Probably everything that
Do you want him to just shut off? Are you asking him to shut off the Wi-Fi to the building?
Yes.
If he can shut down the network.
Genuinely, I have to ask you: are you asking him to do the equivalent of shut off the Wi-Fi for the building?
If he can shut down the network, that would be nice.
Okay.
I mean, she can't help us anymore.
Unnecessary.
It just says, all right, I can just shut it off now. And the general network for the building is shut off.
Just tell him to start messing with the DNS server.
Nessa, you no longer have a computer to access anything more, as the entire system you see is just effectively bleeped out. You just get an error, cannot connect effectively.
What the fuck?
I knew it was a trap!
And immediately everybody notices. As you watch as a guard went, you watch as in the corner, one of the guards went over to try and get into the elevator. Hand, what? No. People lose connection to their things. A couple of the machines start wearing down. One scientist just screams, God fucking damn it, I didn't hit save.
Everybody
As
panic.
general discontent immediately spreads.
I look over
Nessa's
at Crystal.
gonna go over the. Nessa's
Bewilderment.
gonna send out a message. Well, somebody turned off the system, so I'm out.
Can your message even be get out now?
General echoes work, yes, but basically, the building's internal system is off. Or at least the general use internal system is off.
Hilarious.
And as they very clearly pointed out here, yes, that would also affect the security aspect of at least most of the building. So everything is just off in a day and age where everything runs on electronics.
God.
Oh, I've been
You
muted.
did better distraction we did.
I don't need this echo, so I'm moving away. I'm leaving this area.
That's fair. Please, I'm gonna ask, make a deception or something at disadvantage. Oh, sorry, at advantage, because you caused a lot of mayhem here. Just to like, that wasn't me, like hat pull down moment.
Somebody just came back.
I think
Yeah.
Robert did. Are
Came
you
back.
guys okay there?
You know, at the moment, it's not our problem.
Okay.
Okay, fair. Deception.
Quick update. I don't know if you heard this. The general use network for the entire building is now off.
Hell yeah, but no, I didn't. I didn't hear anything. I left the call.
It's okay. That's the important part.
Thaddeus decided he wanted to be part of the Chaos crew.
Nessa doesn't know
And
she's
now we
mad
move.
at him yet.
Butter.
Nessa doesn't know that she's mad at her yet, but she is.
Deception. Did you just say some deception in like stealth or sleight of hand or anything like that?
I would prefer deception or performance since you're not really hiding in the classical sense.
Deception then, 23.
That's enough. As you just kind of like do the was it me as you get back over to where Bertram and all of them are.
Let me go, I think.
Yeah, okay, go.
Let me go. Kirby? They're all at the elevator right now. Is there another exit to this floor that we know of?
There's more than one elevator on the floor, yes.
Are the elevators just not working right now?
The scanner to open up things and access things are not working.
Nothing is working anymore.
Does that mean that it's non-functional, or it's just gonna let you in? Well, it's gonna.
It means we probably need to find a crowbar.
If things need a data endpoint from an electronic source to scan and open, they're not going to work because the network that runs the scanning and opening is not on.
I've played Space Station 13, or seen enough of it anyway. Find a crowbar.
Crowbar is a good route to go if you wish.
There is maintenance room. There should be a maintenance room. Similar to the last one.
We tried to find a maintenance room.
Make an investigation check.
Are you helping?
Who do you want to make it? I'll assist.
Sure. Can they actually help, or is this still straight?
You can help.
Cool. +2 to 21. Not double 19s.
You can find another maintenance room. This one's in better condition than the last one because they didn't half-ass the repairs.
What am I adding to my heist inventory?
Just some, like, there's general tools. I will, in fact, give you a crowbar. Do you have any general tools you might try to grab out of this place?
Screwdrivers.
Yes, you got that.
What
You
if
got
we
the
just
info.
grab a box and then I put general tools?
I will accept it. I'm more of asking if you had anything specific you wanted. Well,
Specific thing was crowbar. You may not have that in toolbox. The toolbox has got like wire cutter, screwdriver, probably a hammer.
yeah, that stuff seems fair. We'll just put general tools for a general
You'll be
toolbox and then
surprised by
crowbar.
what we
Yep.
actually gonna keep in there.
I'm aware of
Well,
what people
in
keep in
general.
stuff.
But are you doing a short,
Would
like,
ma-
10-second montage of equipping
Which is
a
it
tool,
custodial or maintenance?
It's a great
equipping
question.
equipping a tool belt, picking up a toolbox, picking up a crowbar?
All right.
Custodial, you do get like a 1 out of 4
Grab
chance of actually
sticky
possibly
crowbar.
having one. Maintenance, they're gonna have one.
She wants a crowbar, and then I'm putting the toolbox in my storage deck that I also stole.
That is fair. Okay.
You can never have too many crowbars.
All right. You have your places. You have your stuff. Anything else from anybody there?
Now it sounds like they're leading us back to the elevator shaft because they don't like me not having a heart attack, right? That is.
I mean, if we're alone in the maintenance room, and by alone I mean just our little group,
It is a
I would
maintenance
ask-
room. It's not a very big thing, so yes.
I would look around for a vent, ask if they want to go to the vents again, or they want to get to the elevator.
Well, the last vent
You did
didn't
not go
really
through
go
the vents.
up. Oh, never mind.
No,
Say
last
again?
time you crawled into the crawl space between floors where electronics and pipes are ran.
Right.
Are
And
there
then we made
vents?
our way to the elevator.
Are there vents in here? Not really.
Have there been vents in the room?
I have to genuinely ask myself the question of, do I make these reasonable real-life vents? Or do I make them vents you can crawl through?
2
And
inches wide.
unfortunately, this is Borderlands, and it's way more fun to let you crawl through vents and possibly trip security systems. So yes, there were vents in the rooms.
Go find one not
In
being
here?
stared at.
No.
Make open. Preferably quietly. Go inside. Profit.
Make an investigation.
You want to take this one? I got a +2. I just got
I have
lucky.
+0. So,
An investigation.
you want
Yes.
to rely entirely on luck. I will assist anybody who wants assistance, but
It's worked
Yeah.
before.
Probably not the best person to ask for investigation. But I usually roll lucky dice.
Right.
Do you
Alistair
have
heard
an unlucky
Vince,
di-
and he's like, let's do it.
Wait,
Does Medina have an unlucky die?
Yes, I do.
He doesn't use it.
Let's try out these new dice.
Oh,
New dice.
this is a good time to fail.
Bullet.
What is it?
And since we're assisting, then he has advantage.
Yes.
Because we're assisting.
What are they gonna do if he trips an alarm? Get more guards in there? Oh wait, the elevators are down.
Yeah.
The network is down. The alarm won't go nowhere.
You said I have advantage.
Correct.
That's a 19.
All right, 19's enough to find a vent. I will say there is. You find a vent that's pretty remote. You have exactly one guard you have to worry about spotting you.
How far away is it?
From the vent, probably about 50 feet. But definitely the vent. It's just more of like that's in his line of sight area.
Gotcha.
He has that look on. They have that look on their face. She's just standing there, looking out with the expression of just like, I should have just stayed in fucking bed today.
Are there any other guards nearby within like eyesight?
Of like the vent or her?
Both.
Of the vent, not really. She's probably the primary one to spot the vent. Of her, yes, there are other guards that are possible to see her.
Okay.
I just want to say while he's thinking, of all of the moves to try and speed run the tower, I did not expect to the equivalent of like, let's shut off all of the internet and access in the building.
Listen, we just have to find out how to get. We just have to find out how to get anyone that Barry didn't kill or anyone they knock out to an oil rig in the Atlantic.
There you go.
Just been thinking, if you don't want to get caught, best way to not get caught is make it so people can't talk to each other.
He needs a full system though. Oh, I forgot. Are the people here on to like our group right now? Like our small group?
They're not on to the top group specifically right now. It seems like you guys have been pretty well just moving about.
Above table, Thaddeus, Medina. You guys have an idea. Don't make me do
Did that person that grenaded themselves die?
They didn't grenade themselves. They grenaded you, and then they were gone.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know if that grenade hit them when it got tossed back there.
Yeah, that was more of you booted it out of the booth and into the thing, but like I said, this was like of him sprinting past and throwing something.
Okay.
Above table, Thaddeus, Medina. Do you guys have an idea? I have something, but I don't want to do it.
Do it.
I'm going blanks.
Stupid.
I'm
idea.
just literally about to wing it.
We've hit the wing it territory, buddy. Go for whatever. You
The
think
dumber the
we'll...
better.
Oh, mine was more like, hey, you remember? Anybody checked out that monkey situation down below? You know, the rabbit animal attacking everything. The rabbit animal we used for distraction earlier. I was gonna go ask them if they can go check on that because we were told to leave.
I want to reiterate. Nobody can access the elevators.
Dude, they know that yet, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
At the rest of the
I
party.
know they didn't know because she's been standing guard beside the thing. I know she's going to go check on her own.
Okay. At the rest
Do
of the
the thing
party,
there.
you guys get that thing open, get up there. I will follow as soon as I can. And then just in the chaos, go over to this guard. You said she. And
Yep.
just looking as scared and pathetic as this character that they've always been is, as long as they've been in this building anyway, because I've kind of been playing that. Just go up to them, go, I'm sorry, but I've always loved you, and then kiss her in the cheek and run the fuck away.
persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
Or performance.
Sure, it was a performance, because I'm afraid that this person was probably done. So I shouldn't use my persuasion thing, even though it's much higher. So performance. 21.
So he's got like a minimum of passing.
I have
Could it also be
good
deception?
charisma.
And an ability that lets you have a floor.
The floor is 8.
Plus your modifier.
Yeah, that means the floor is 16, but still. It doesn't, however, apply to performance, which I just used, so please make use of it as I run and hide.
Successfully. 21's really high, and I think the whole goal here is bafflement.
Just make him walk away and think about stuff for a minute.
Fair, you just hear the deep breath of, that's happened. I need a drink. Nobody. They just start to walk towards the break room, pulling out a small flask.
I'm in the process of hiding until the coast is
You
clear.
can see it on her face. She's like, we can't get into this. She's walking away. She's like, we can't get in the fucking elevators anyways. We're all locked here, though. Let's just, who's going anywhere?
I wonder how many people are stuck in elevators right now.
We don't want to think about that
A
right
lot.
now.
A
They're
lot.
screaming. Rest of the party, get the fucking thing up.
Yeah, we're trying to get to open the vent so we can get into
I'm
the vent.
sorry, I'm just in a moment of this. Okay.
I stunned the DM.
Opening the thing. I wasn't expecting it. That was a fucking move. Okay.
That's why it was a
Sorry,
stun.
I'm like watching him do that as I'm getting this thing
should've
open with a
given him to
crowbar.
This is just a vent with with 2 extremely strong people. This is not much of a effort to get it open or out. You guys can pry open this vent and start lifting each other up in there.
I reappear at the tail end of it. Go back up. Disappear at the group.
You guys just worm your ways into the vents.
Secure it behind us.
As best as you can, considering it was pried open.
One of us has really small
like
hands, I
bending
think.
it. Just kind of like bending
Oh,
it.
I meant when you
and
pry
back.
something open, you tend to deform things a bit.
Yeah, but we have tools.
Gonna like
Yeah.
bend it slightly back. Good enough.
It's close enough. They have other problems to worry about right now. You do hear like as you're leaving that one announcement of like, everybody, the coffee still works.
And then we hear a pot shatter.
2 of the coffees still work, Dave.
The old mob, the lost coffee machines. Riot!
So how's the
But
other
anyways,
group doing
you
now
guys-
that we're trying to move along these vents?
Because I would love to ask for an acrobatics from the vent group before I move away, just to get like a general idea of how well you're moving through this. Because, well, even if it is a vent for people, some of y'all are big, and it's a little tricky to move.
24. And some of y'all is just me.
Acrobatics.
Because the rest of the group is Schmeat, who is small. Crystal, who is small. Terry,
Oh,
who is small.
you still need to make it. Because,
I mean, I
like,
wanna-
there's this thing called vents going up tend to go straight up.
Yes, they don't
Yeah,
have
I've seen Ninja Warrior.
Crystal might be a bit bigger with her exoskeleton.
It's gonna be a 19.
19's good enough.
I have 20 total.
20 total's good enough.
Because my legs are broke.
Did you hear my 24?
I did not, but I did now. And Terry. Oh, Terry's good at this part. Yep, never mind. Even in his inebriated state. Slightly
Probably better
inebriated
in
state.
inebriated state.
Possibly. I have to process this and think for it. I am sorry, guys. This is not a complaint.
I broke him.
I'm just trying to think how best to handle all of this. Because I don't want to do a long, drawn-out combat situation of turn by turn below. Because that's not
My
as fun.
favorite-
So we're going to go back to a...
My favorite thing for the up top group is, where the fuck are they supposed to be going?
Yep.
I'm looking for Strand's laboratory.
While I figure that out, let's gonna move back down below. What is your guys' general plan in this situation?
Have I been told about movie villain number 2 over there? Just
I'm assuming the update was in the general chat unless otherwise stipulated.
Yeah.
All right. I want to find this guy.
The good news is no power, no alarms.
No, there's power. There's no general network.
Yep.
No alarms.
That's pretty fair. So you want to hunt for the horror movie villain, number 2.
Yep.
That'll be a perception
Freddy
check.
Krueger versus
At disadvantage.
Jason.
Because of the lights.
Oh yeah, I forgot that is actually a thing, isn't it?
Actually, it'd probably be more of a survival at disadvantage.
I mean, I'll take that. Survival. Bottom of the thing, is it? The 0. That was a 15.
How many
to
cuss
me.
words? Oh, no, 15. You find some of the guards stumbling around, but horror movie villain number 2 seems to be avoiding you.
Alright, I find some of these guards. They're stumbling about. How many are in that group?
They're keeping themselves together again. This one probably has... This one has 5.
I would like to throw a grenade at them. A nice legendary AoE grenade.
Alright, we're just
Red
going to
green.
roll. Yep, that's them dead. Do not worry, that is them dead.
Do any of them have grenades? That's right. Somebody just threw a grenade. So would they have grenades? I want to go and refill my grenades.
This group has. You can find 1 grenade on this group.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, any
Let's go to
chance
the
you
next
got the
group.
floor schematics? With the internet down?
No fucking Wi-Fi left anymore.
I'm just picturing that scene from Mitchell's versus the Machines where they shut off the Wi-Fi.
Is there any chance you can get a floor layout without the Wi-Fi on?
No. You're done.
I don't think so.
You could play Minesweeper.
The best part is I don't think anybody on
Is
either
that-
side is expecting the sun no Wi-Fi.
We kind of needed that to know where him to go to do the thing.
Yeah, I don't know what made them turn off the Wi-Fi. That was a little extreme, honestly.
Okay.
Hey.
What?
Hey, person that threw the grenade. So everything's locked down. And I'm gonna give you a chance to just like lay down your weapon and get in the floor or something, or like in the vents or in the ceiling, whatever. Just you know, you don't have to be a stain on the wall like everyone else that gets in his way.
Roll a persuasion check for me. I want to see what happens.
Okay. Let's see. Miss Weavers, please. Please stop.
You turned off the
Dirty.
Wi-Fi, don't you know?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. How would they reply?
2 grenades this time. One staggered after the other.
If you go the violence option, I have been holding back a lot of violence.
Hmm. So you get a kind of echoey voice due to the machinery. It's going to be kind of hard to locate where this comes from. The reply, just to be in fairness here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But you seem a much better sport than the video with Apollo made it seem like.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, a lot of us watched it. It was a very interesting watch. Didn't know we had 2 sirens gathering up like that.
Well, sometimes when you kill someone's family, they get revenge a bit violently. But you haven't done. I can forgive a grenade. You know, people throw those around. We've got shields.
You said
did
everything
almost
was
hit me,
off?
though.
Yeah, elevator's closed. All the doors are locked. Like, Wi-Fi's
Oh,
down.
that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah, so, you know, like, you got a chance to, not die here.
Fair. Well, I'm not concerned for my safety in this moment. But I would say good luck, but you killed one of my buddies, so fuck you, and have fun.
Okay, keep an eye on yourself. I've got to go deal with someone. Just like patting us
You're
on,
gonna go deal with that.
patting us on the shoulder, and just like put a hand to the ground and activate the brain function thing that has changed to find a life force within the area.
Oh, I forgot about that. How fast are they? I think you'd catch them towards the tail end of like the 50 to 60 foot range as they're leaving your range and going away from you.
Yeah, are they going towards down the hall where Barry went?
They're going like into the building, but that's kind of a general vicinity of because you're at one of the corner, like one of the walls.
It's kind of a case of we have the option of back towards the elevator and then every other direction.
That's kind of the problem. It's not like directly to the side. It's like forward and off to the side a bit as it's leaving the range towards like the general middle of the building. It's just that's a big area, man.
Yeah.
But they aren't running at you. They are actively walking. They are actively leaving, going in a different direction away from you at the moment.
EchoNet Barry. Hey, you gonna do the boom boom thing anytime soon?
I mean, I could.
Might as well.
I've just been picking these guys off bit by bit and saving those. I only got a few of those left, but I mean, I could.
If you happen to find like a reactor or a big generator or anything, might as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of things I can do.
Set it up, get back to the elevator. We'll probably have to climb. Unless that can be manually overridden to get back up.
Nessa quietly sobs to herself because she doesn't want to have to climb.
It's
Hey,
fine. Tie yourself
hey,
to you can tie yourself to
be
Rex
ready.
or something, and he can climb for you.
As your sensing fades, because it lasts for 2 rounds or 12 seconds, you do get another life presence that enters your range, heading in a direction roughly towards the middle as well, but it came in from the side and arced a bit. Normally wouldn't be that big of a deal. People are running all about here. However, this distinctly is not like the other life force signatures. It's like somebody threaded a little bit of... Actually, I know a good comparison that you might recognize. Remember how I told you that the life force that from the swarm that you sensed was a little twisted by the vault energies?
Yeah.
Very similar remark here. And it is moving. When I want to say this, I want to emphasize this. It is moving fast. It is
Really,
in your range. It covers 120 feet, and it is out of your range.
All right, swords are say swords are out. Hey, there's a fast thingy. This is for everyone. Hey, there's a fast thingy, like those thingies that we fought before, that were kind of vaulty and grabby and tready. Or at least something that feels like it. So be ready for that.
All right, Barry's wants to go find some general generator pieces and is there any part of this that Barry can go and set up to go and generate a larger explosive?
Make a demolitions kit check.
What the fuck you just do? Okay, it's back. Okay. That's what keeping RU 14 plus that. How does a 16 work?
16 would tell you this. Generating an explosion big enough to do what you want is going to be hard. It's going to be a long process of setting up a lot of explosives in very particular points. It is possible to set them up in the right points to cause more or less a catalyst of explosions to set off with the level of machinery on this floor, and given where it is, it would pose a giant risk. It might not collapse the whole building, but it could definitely cause a lot of damage. But it would take a good, healthy chunk of time to go through everything and put it where it needs to be.
You've got someone you can call for advice and help.
Would that help lower the amount of time it would take?
A little bit, because that would help with this setting it up. However, they don't have schematics. They wouldn't have any issues like that to be able to use to speed up the other half of this.
Sure.
So a little bit.
A lower DC is a lower DC.
Yep.
In this case, less of a DC thing and more of just a time frame reduction.
Every bit helps.
Just make
That is
sure it's
absolutely
happening
true.
by the time they fix the internet.
Listen, with IT outages, it can be they unplug it and plug it back in, or it can be yeah, man, it's gonna be 8 hours at the soonest.
Like, we trying, but, you know.
I would like to re-up my stealth while I do this.
That's not how stealth really works.
He's the wire man.
I mean, focus a bit more on stealth as opposed to picking the others off.
Kinda isn't how it, you know what, just we'll work on the stealth thing when it comes more prevalent here.
Okay.
Your goal right now is to basically start the process of building collapse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I do need to ask you a question before we continue in.
Sure.
I do not have it written down because I have lost my notes on this section like 12 times at this point, so I have to ask you again, what is Barry's passive perception?
Oh god, passive perception is not of the good. 12.
10 plus your
Wait, 10 plus what?
10 plus your perception modifier.
I'll have to ask for Tanya's and Nessa's as well while I'm here.
17.
That is pretty good.
14.
Okay. Exciting,
fucking-
exciting.
The horror movie monster is about to get horror movie monstered.
Are you actually calling Jethro like he was hinting at, by the way?
Sure.
Okay.
I maybe don't tell him I'm about to go and take down the building. But
Hypothetically.
take down which building? Just
Hypothetically.
in general.
Hypothetically.
Because I'm in the middle of taking down a big building, right? It's got this big generator right here, right? I don't
Yeah.
tell him I'm currently within the ancient building or anything like that. And even then, he's with the Crimson Raiders or whatever. Not actually they're the Lance. Not actually with Anshin. They're contracted out with Anshin. There's
Just
a
like a
small
subsidiary.
separation. What?
What was your
Say again?
hypothetical, Eric?
No, it's just the word hypothetical.
Or was that a joke?
For
Okay, I was
him,
asking-
like,
okay.
if I was breaking the...
Yeah, fair.
Here's these
You
very
called
specific
Jethro.
instructions. But
I
hypothetical.
need to ask. You call Jethro. I think it's reasonable to assume Jethro picks up because he's usually in his workshop.
What time is it?
Yeah.
On Pandora.
It's in the evening.
Okay.
Day 1 or 3.
Pitch this to Jethro, I guess. I want to hear your pitch to Jethro.
Okay. So I'm having to go and take down this building, right? They got some annoying little assholes in here. But you know how it is, right? Okay. So I got this big generator. I'm currently thinking about just taking the fucking
Plural.
thing down and just from here, right? And if I send out to go and make this generator go critical.
Takes a sip from a beer. I was like, I just got off from a few beers in already, but can you give me a model on that?
I don't think so.
It should be pretty easy to find the model. They usually have it labeled pretty good.
Where should I go look for that?
Tell him where to
You can
find it on
I was
most
going to
one.
say, you can find a model number. That is a fairly reasonable thing to find.
Alright, I go and find and tell him the model number.
Yeah.
All right. How easy is it to make these things go boom for an explosives expert?
Well, first of all, depends on how many there are. The more there are, the easier it is, oddly enough. For an expert, at least. Because set more things off to cause the daisy chain in more spots that make you have more space to increase your chance. There are more things to potentially set off of the chain. Because this, like I said before, this is generators, plural. This isn't just like one singular thing. This is like a large, massive power plant complex area.
Yeah. Just kind of like send him a picture, like just basically like the first like Google search equivalent of like a schematic for this thing to pull up type deal of like make sure it's the right one, and just kind of like put some little like like little like red arrows and stuff like rig this, do this.
I will reiterate also, looking at this isn't like something that would power this whole building, a whole large building. This is more like emergency generators if city power fails, but they can still be volatile.
I mean, a fire at the bottom usually goes up,
Exactly.
or if the foundation goes, things usually go down.
But yeah, you can walk him through where on this generator would be the best spot to plant explosives to make a generator go boom properly.
Yeah.
And is that
Yeah,
what you're going to be doing, Barry?
Yes, I tell the others that, and
Yeah, so funnily enough, these things go off easier if you get like a lot of them at once. They go critical in a chain faster that way.
I mean, we might have some luck there.
You know what? No, actually, this is not as important. Barry, roll a stealth. Although,
Roll stealth. Okay.
I hesitate to see how well this will work.
While
It's
on
only
the
support
phone.
for partial stuff.
Plus, what the fuck did I think? God damn it. What do you quit going down? Plus 18 on the die. Plus 7. 25.
25. Okay, cool. You will avoid most of the guards with a 25. And you are going to be... I need you to roll your demolitions kit check now. As you are going to start the long process of this, there will be a couple other checks popping up, but some stuff may happen in the meantime.
Oh, so you get the extra D4 or whatever it was.
Correct.
D6. Demolition kit thing says D6. 25.
Is a success.
While he's rigging up stuff, Jethro's basically going to be going on almost like, I'll say just like a very mechanical list of like how to start battery fires or breaking down different generators to where they can be rigged to blow in different ways.
Fair. And while he's working on that, I have to ask the other group, the other two of you, what are you doing?
We're still climbing through the vent. Who's in the front?
No. The other two on this floor. Sorry,
The other group within the other group.
Yeah, the other two on this floor. That is my fault. I am sorry.
So
You're muted, Max.
So they only got one way to us, really?
Nessa's trying to figure out how to turn the Wi-Fi back on.
You can't... You see, the problem with turning the Wi-Fi back on when you're not at the main source is you need the network to access the network.
Yeah.
And you're not at the physical network location.
Yeah.
Want to see if we can get a manual override on the elevator ready?
Yeah. I can't believe somebody would turn off the god dang Wi-Fi.
It really does just kind of sound like a anathema to you.
Pay it up.
She did. Multiple millions.
That's to turn it off.
Okay. Are you guys heading over to the elevator then?
Yeah.
Good.
Bodyguard for Nessa. Keep an eye out for things.
You are actually keeping an eye out for anything, so I need a perception check at disadvantage for you.
So they have some sneaky people about.
Turn the light on that we had.
Do what?
You turn the light on that we had.
You can, but in this instance, it won't really help with this perception check.
Fair enough. But Alright, we got a 12 on one and a 15 on the other. What's my perception again? 7, so 19.
Alright, let's see what the person gets. I get a roll. Oh god. Okay. And okay. We're gonna start with Barry.
Okay.
What's your AC?
My AC?
Yeah.
I don't think it's high enough. But
I do
17.
need to know it though. 17, alright. Well, you were right about one thing. It is not high enough.
Yep.
As you are planting one of the explosives and just finishing it up, and something moving very, very fast and decently heavy in size smashes through, and you feel as the teeth tear in to try and bite through your shield as the shield flares brightly.
I want to grab it.
And let me finish. You think, I want to grab it, and you have a brief moment of problem as it starts to run with you and take your feet out and dum, 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 as it drags you through the hallways some.
So I have its mouth right there, right?
Right there is in you're stretched out behind it, and it's around your ankle and thigh. Sorry, ankle and calf.
Looking at it is like the same. Is it like the same thing we had seen before?
Looking at it, it's really fucking hard to see it, even though it's biting you.
I want to.
And you can see the teeth freaking at your shield. And at the same moment, to the other two people, you see something ahead of you, Tanya, stepping down and sauntering forward slightly. You can't very well see it, but something's moving there and brushing up against like a moment where the mesh is pushed.
Invisible dog
And another
thingy.
moment. And another moment where you see a thing step and it hits and it like claws across the ground, and some of the things on it ripple and the skills ripple slightly.
I remember you. Or one of you.
However, this is a very important thing. You did see this one. Nessa, what is your AC?
AC
Correct.
16.
All right. As you hear a couple tinks, and Nessa, you are hit broadside by something as it hits into your thigh and starts to run with you sideways off into the other area. And it hits the mesh and starts to clamber up the mesh some with Nessa.
Tanya, help me! Oh my god!
All right, y'all. We're going to come back to this in a moment. Think about what you want to do. As you are now dealing with three of the things I think are familiar to some of you.
They have that really
So
unfortunate thing where they're at disadvantage to hit it first.
They are very tricky to hit.
I want to feed it a grenade.
More interesting to the group up above. Let's say maybe more interesting. You guys are climbing up through this. I have to ask, is there a goal to like just keep climbing for a while? How long do you want to climb before you try to punch your way out, or however you want to handle this? You've had some time to think about the vents. I want to hear your plan.
Crystal's in the lead. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware, like, above table. Strawn's most likely the person also doing the experiment, so it's part rescue mission, part his revenge quest. So finding his thing is our primary thing here. Just because it's been a bit. And we know that they're like, you know, high up, blah blah blah. Now we can probably assume it was somewhere from the footage that we got, like a nearby-ish, because that's probably a landing pad in the important area if that was high up on the building. So that would give us like a basic whatever. We're already 300 up. Crystal knows the building a bit better.
There are 700 floors.
Yeah.
Want to go all the way up to the top and then say hi to misdirected.
So obviously we're not climbing a full 300 some more, but
I feel like I would have to demand exhaustion levels at that point.
yeah, Crystal might be able to send us somewhere.
Hey, you could always gonna have the robots go and pull you up with the ropes.
Quick question. I can't remember if I did this or not. Did I grab any experimental vials from the that area I was at earlier?
No, that wasn't something you mentioned, and it wasn't really anything that's super experimental on that sense.
Yeah, that's what it was. I remember now.
It
was
was
just
general
basic
blood
stuff.
works and stuff. Like nothing here was super like exceptional.
Okay. It's just been a minute. I forgot if I grabbed any of that stuff.
That is fair.
So I can't say I had more
So-
of a plan than this. Climb up to as far as we can get. If I
Okay.
know of any floors that are higher up that should not have a guard present,
Oh,
or
they're
would
there.
have like
They're
a
on.
service elevator or stairs.
Or a Dunwich.
I would say,
Anything
unfortunately,
further.
above this floor is definitively going to be outside of your area of experience. However, if you're just crawling and trying to find this map, I do have an answer for you. If it's
Okay.
just kind of a, I just try to find my way area. Please roll, dun dun dun, 5d10.
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 Gotta roll 50-10 die.
Do you want total or the numbers on each die?
Total is the important part here.
37.
That's how much damage the elevator does when it crashes down below.
We're
your
not
shield.
in the elevator. The vents have their
No,
own
elevator
elevator.
who
for
does not-
No.
Elevator who
Drop
does
an
not
elevator
care. What'd you say there, Thad? I'm sorry.
37.
37. Hold on, I have to do math.
Those are d10s. Yep, those are d10s.
37 elevator.
Where's my math? Where's my math stuff? Okay, you guys did exceptionally well. So basically, I was going to do the number you rolled times 2 is how many floors you managed to like slowly and painfully crawl your way out of. But then I thought about that and went, that's a lot. So it's just going to be how many floors you rolled is what you get out, as you're going to get up 37 floors. It takes a while, I'm not going to lie.
Anybody that gets tired, though, they can just activate Crystal's gravity thing.
That's honestly why I'm going to say you guys make as many floors as you do.
I'm surprised you didn't just start with that and just kind of go straight the fuck up.
Well, he can only carry a handful of people. Like
Now
one
so you
other
can't
person.
stop.
The stopping is risky.
I mean, you could always go and make a pulley and lever with rope and shit.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say you can get up 37 feet. 37 feet. 37
They made it
floors
3 floors,
crawling
guys.
through- crawling
I
through
can
the
do no
vents
more.
and abusing the power of Crystal's gravity. Fuck you. Eventually, though, you're probably going to be like, you're going to hit that moment of just everybody starting to get a little tired from climbing, because that's a lot of floors.
Crystal,
You kind of have the
Crystal,
agreement of like,
can't
do
do. Please.
you wish to try and push more floors, or do you wish to exit?
It depends on how tired everyone is. Then we should. Because assuming they're as tired as you say they are, because we did climb 37 floors, which is 37 times, let's say 10 feet.
370-ish feet.
370 feet.
It's actually more like 400 because the 11-foot thing is more accurate, but close enough.
And
Sorry, I did a lot of random math for the building height that I really didn't need to, and now it's in my head.
Please no more, Amber. Bertram Winters.
Then I'm going to be looking for an exit into another maintenance room. Or an exit into a room somewhere.
Please roll a d20 for me.
I'm not actively leaving the vent. I will be looking out of the vent.
Please roll a d20 for me.
Basic luck check. Here we go.
But that's not good for me. 10.
Then die.
10?
10.
You find yourself at a vent, but one of them, the first one, you're like that's a lot of people, and that's a decent amount of guards. So you probably crawl on to the next one. And continuing on for a little bit, you find a vent, and whatever is on the other side, you cannot tell at the moment because it is dark. But the bright side is, if it is dark, there are no guards to see you.
Crossbred open. Ow.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That is true. Do we hear any moving or shuffling about?
Make a perception check.
Can I make a perception check? I can make a perception check.
Natural.
Perception check. Perception check.
30.
Never mind. Just
30.
shut up.
You do hear some moving around.
Is it moving like fur moving, cloth moving for clothes, just steps, stomping, claw marks? What type of moving is it?
Sliding?
Is anything percolating in the area?
Sliding like
Unlike-
cloth on metal, or sliding like metal on metal, grinding?
It's not metal on metal grinding.
Scales. It's scales.
And like maybe a low rumble.
He's the beast.
And because I would be the best person to try to. It's
Oh.
dark in there.
It is dark in there.
Curse, it's the one person that actually carries around a flash. Bring it with them.
That was going to be my next question. Does anyone have a flashlight?
Hold on, is it in the toolbox? I checked the toolbox.
Devices come with flashlights.
Let's roll for it.
I'll try to keep talking.
D20, baby. Let's do it.
Okay, what you want?
Just roll a D20.
Sure thing. Yeah. I rolled a 7 for flashlight. There are 7 flashlights.
There is no flashlight. It was literally a 50-50.
Use the light of one of the echo devices.
You can turn on the screen and have the ever so slight filtering of light down. But it's like trying to use a Game Boy screen. Like, not a Game Boy. It's like trying to use a small handheld device screen to light your way.
If it's dark enough, that works.
It'll get him to the bathroom.
You have the vague impression of something curled up.
It's sleepy. Useless.
Sleepy. But it's big.
And
It is
I want
big.
to use this.
Are we getting initiative numbers now or next time?
why'd we get initiative? We're just gonna sneak in there and open the door. Big sleepy baby ain't
to
gonna
make
wake
a
up.
light. I like it though.
And we quietly remove the air vent. The grate, not event.
You can try.
I'll at least make an attempt. What would you like?
I would love a sleight of hand mixed with an athletics.
Sleight
It's
of
so
hand,
easy you
you can
guys
have
are
it.
even trying to go in there in the first place.
And not be climbing vertically upward anymore.
Get out of the vents.
Yeah, but the other option is to fight that.
Why would
Unless
we
you
could
fight
try
it?
and
It's a
toss a grenade
sleepy
at it.
baby.
You could just toss a grenade at it and then keep going up the vent another level or 2 or 3. Cause chaos.
We could realistically just sit in the vents to rest
This is time
and relax right here.
sensitive here, but
I cannot sit in the vents for long. I have fucked up legs. It is very straining on my legs.
You said you wanted a mix of something. Is that 2 die rolls or 1?
athletics and sleight of
It's 2
hand, I
different
think?
die rolls. Yes, that is what I said. It is 2 different die rolls.
Which do you want first?
Does not matter.
So I will give you the athletics first, in which I have a 19.
So we know you open it because of the awkward angles.
And then if I want to give you the sleight of hand, I have a natural 20 for a 23.
and you manage to. You have like that. You hear that like little squeak as metal bends. You're like, and then you pry a little more. And it squeaks just a tiny bit more. You're like, and then you hear that ping as it pops. But you like put your hand down just in time so it doesn't like flop loudly as it snaps up. And you're like, deep breaths, and you slowly work your way and wedge this out, semi-quietly.
Try to hold on to the vent straight or pull it up into the vent if I could.
You pull it up into it.
And it'd be using try to quietly drop into the room or sneak into the room. Or the other, whichever one you think is easier.
Acrobatics would actually be the one I want right now.
Acrobatics for this?
Yes. You'll see why in a moment.
Okay. Acrobatic. I have a 18.
18. I think that's just enough as you drop down and you're going to like fall down, and then you see some of the coils of this thing looping out to where you're dropping, and you have to like adjust your feet into the last second and twist and contort a little bit to land, so you hit the ground between the coils and don't land on it, and you hit to like that like weird odd angle, and you just feel your knees just groaning a little bit with the drop. As now that you're down here with the screen light, you can actually see what this is. Curled up right now is probably what you recognize as a thresher. The problem is it's a lot longer than most threshers as you look, and it's looped and looped and looped and looped around, but it's also much, much thinner than most threshers. Then as you look at the head, instead of an opening like a maw that's designed to like open up and just consume things, you look as the beak has been hardened down and pointed out, and it has a slight rotation to it.
The beak has a rotation to it?
And it has some like slight ridges on the outside that are like mildly circling around, like almost like this thing is made to drill through things.
Does it appear like the wormhole thresher we saw before?
No, like I said, it's very different in that sense, because like I said, the normal thresher has a massive upper body that is designed to host its like giant maw to consume and suck things in and support the rest of its to support the rest of its entirety, its hardy system. This one is a long, very, very long, like rope-like consistently since the inset. A much smaller, like than the mutated form. What would you guys like to do?
How trapped am I in here? You said I landed
As you
near
spread
some
it
of this
around, you
forest?
can't really, as you just spread the light around at the moment, just from that light glow, you can't really see the wall. It is good to know you're not landed on something hard metal, you are landing on like loose dirt almost.
And I sneak over to aid in a direction, hoping to find a wall.
Yeah,
Based on
absolutely.
where we were
You can
before.
slowly creep across the way.
Just watching my feet, make sure I don't step on.
Make a sleight of hand on this one, because this is more of like finesse, like fine stepping and reacting when they like shuffle its coils any.
Sleight of hand. 19.
19 is enough as you slowly work your way over, and you guys watch as Crystal starts to go move, and then she's out of sight of the vent unless one of you hang your head out, and it's probably a good 90 feet of walking before you hit a wall.
That is quite. But walking along the wall, is there any door or entrance or grate type structure?
Yeah, honestly, walking along the wall as you start to move, you can actually look over off in the distance a bit, and there seems to be like a slight light coming from outside through a like slightly grated portion.
Are there any sounds coming from over there?
Yeah, as you get
On the other
closer,
side
you
of
can
that.
hear some talking.
What are they saying?
It's just murmuring back and forth and talking about progress, stability in the genome, potential like timelines for it hitting usable states.
Do they happen to mention whether or not it's trained yet?
They probably mentioned that they're in the process of getting a new trainer on board. As the last one, well, yeah, I think the new trainer kind of explains that.
So it's still a wild animal, then.
Right.
Loose. Release the beast. My butters and gentlemen.
That is, in
Still
fact, the
wild
subliminal messaging that I was sending to Dylan. Thank you.
It's still a wild animal. I don't know how thick this door is. I would like to know how thick this door is and what they're using to restrain this thing. If anything.
Well, you didn't see anything holding it down while it was in here, at least. The door is, yes, very reasonably thick. As you see, there's a slight, like, bars set into, like, above and below that you could look through. It looks like a little spot to peek through. And getting up on your tiptoes to peek through, you can also see, like, a little bit of light and people moving around and shuffling. Nobody's currently coming over here to talk or look at anything.
But I can see people moving about, so there's no wall besides the wall that's in front of us.
Yeah, there's people moving about on the other side of this little grated piece.
You say curated.
Like bars going up and down from the top to the bottom of this section of the wall, and then a little bit going side to side.
How? And it has a beak as if it could drill through things?
Correct.
How hard would it be to just weaken this little wall with some acid?
Probably pretty decently so. Like, you could probably get through it eventually with acid, but it is a thick door of metal, and it is probably going to take a moment.
I still have 2 charges.
Sir, that is not stealthy.
Oh.
Wake the fuck up.
Don't necessarily want to get through the wall. Just, how do I say, weaken it so that it can easily be dug through by a mole-like creature, and or so a beam of light could just shine in its eyes to irritate it.
Again, that would probably be you getting most of the way through this if this is a thing designed to cage something.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be pretty sturdy metal. It would, again, take a while to weaken it to try and get it where even it could just burrow through. If you just try to straight melt and weaken it.
What about using... Am I smart enough for that?
Blink.
Sorry, ice and fire to weaken metal. I know if you heat something up and then cool it down rapidly, it makes the metal brittle.
I feel
I
like
don't know
you'd be
Crystal would have-
standing there a
Right.
long time waiting for that to turn really hot. and then it would just be making
At that point, the acid will probably be faster.
yes.
Acid might actually be faster. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. Especially in this, setting where acid is particularly effective on metal.
Yeah, that's fair.
Try not to toss ideas because I'm not there.
Is anybody
I'm just
keeping an
glad I
eye
have to
on
wait.
Crystal?
Well, we saw her go down, and then proceeded to not tell us any, or to tell us anything, and slowly make their way over there. We only caught what were. I can't fucking talk. We only caught what she can illuminate with the phone screen, so we probably know that there's something down there.
You saw the coils.
I should send them a message saying, "Hey, there's a giant thresher down here. Do not jump down."
Is there a door you can open?
There is not a door that I can open.
Are you
Unless there
sure?
is a door that I can open that I didn't see or hear you talk about. You said there's a ray of light, but I thought that was through the bars.
That is through the bars.
Through bars on a door? Like a gate?
No.
Or
No.
No?
It's like a little peek hole.
how do people get in and out of this room?
Remember, this is obviously from the wall, a big room, and you're operating on a phone screen.
You're right.
There's a real high chance if there's a door on these other walls. There's a door, you just can't see it.
I'm just gonna be walking around along the walls.
All right.
Find a door.
Roll a d20.
Break
You
these
guys are
things.
just leaving a number of things up to chance that are happening, so I have to ask for chance.
1.
Ooh.
Gotta do what we gotta do.
Ooh. A 1?
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
One thing.
I'm sorry, I was not expecting that. So you guys are here, staring down, trying to figure out where Crystal's going. Crystal, you're just, put your hand on the wall, walking. The coils aren't out this far, by the way, by no fucking means, since it's coiled up over there. Walking, and like, just using that to look a little bit, and then you're like, wait, I can see better now. Damn, is this screen getting bright? And you slowly turn your head as one of the walls starts to open up, as it's an observatory thing with like a blast shield slider coming up.
Can I use my gravity thing to throw myself towards the roof to run towards the vent?
Yeah, you can use your gravity to hit the ceiling, and as it starts to up, you see you guys at the vent start to watch as it starts to unfold and swirl out as the noise of the thing, the observation deck barrier going up is waking it up.
Yeah, I'm running towards the vent to get back into the vent.
How does this thing's head compare to the vent size?
It is,
Because you said it was narrow.
honestly. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Honestly, the vent as a whole, it might be able to squeeze into, bending it a bit. The vent opening here, it might not fit very well, but that's also much thinner area.
It depends on how much it wants to get up here.
So kinda, yeah. It depends on how determined you make it to get into the vent.
And there's been a bunch of like this, that's left and rights in the other parts of the vents, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Listen, vent thresher is a very real possibility.
That's what I'm working toward. Get
As you
Crystal
are
inside.
sprinting it back. What do I have this roll be? I want you to roll.
You being Crystal.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what to have a roll in this situation, and I think I can think of as an athletics versus their perception to see if you can sprint fast enough to get back to the vent before they process and look around to see you in an open area.
Well, since it's sprinting, could I argue Dex, since that's the movement?
Dex is not a movement thing. Dex is like your finesse and agility. Like pumping hard to sprint and run faster is athletics.
Against their perception. 22.
22. As you just come sprinting at full speed back, you hit the vent, you like skid past it for a second, grab it, you're like, no, and pulling yourself up and into it. As the ton of the place finishes lighting up. And it starts to uncurl and like its tentacles start to slide around more.
So,
You're back in the
get
vent.
out of here.
So Crystal's back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, the observation thing, people are just kind of looking at it. The thing is waking up.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like it has some amount of actually looking around? Stretchers have a billion eyes. What the fuck am I asking? Does it have a billion eyes?
It does
Okay.
have a lot of fucking guys.
Just gonna look at it from the top of the vent. Until I feel like it might be able to see
all
me.
directions, including up.
Okay. Gotta take out my knife. And I'm gonna throw it at it.
It's not gonna be hard to hit it.
Nope.
Are you trying to do damage or get its attention?
Piss it off.
Piss it off. Okay, that's not gonna need to be really a roll. Hitting it with a knife will piss it off.
Goodbye, knife. I'll miss you.
You like throw it, and like the hilt smashes into one of its eyes. And then you hear like a bit of confusion from the intercom that would start to click on, like, wait, what was that? As its head just up.
Move.
And you hear the I can't do it actually, I'll have to bottom out the mic, a screech as it just up into the vents.
Move.
Running back through the vents.
You guys are all in the vent. You guys are sprinting away from this. I'm trying to think how to best do this, because you guys crawling and scooting away from this thing versus something meant to slither is not going to be easy.
Just gotta get to the drop-off, and then we just need to have it go down.
Ironically, by the way, with the door opening now, the window's like opening now, you can see the grate that you passed over with all the people in is the observation deck.
How far were they from the door?
How far are they from the door? Oh, like the door to like entry to this area?
Uh-huh.
Like on the bottom, like now that he was sprinting back, or?
Yeah, how far away were they before they went, shit, I need to run away, and flomped up to the ceiling?
Honestly, they probably had another 150 feet of walking along the wall to get to it.
So it was far away, so it's not that depressing then.
Yeah, like, because he's walking with his hand on the outside wall and having to walk around the long way, it was going to take a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask, I guess, just for athletics, with a really high DC, as you have the world's angriest turbo drill spinning down the vents at you. As you're just trying to, like, very forcefully just shove yourself along this vent as fast as humanly possible. If you have anything you would like to do to assist in this, now is the time to mention it.
Terry might have a toy. Crystal's all about movement. I have nothing.
Terry might have a toy. Terry has a lot of toys. However, Terry didn't predict he needed a toy to stop a thresher chasing him in a vent.
Doesn't need to stop it. It just needs to go past it.
I feel like my statement still kind of stands.
He's got
Vent
bonus
thresher
action move
chase.
faster than the person in last.
Because it can't really turn around, from what my understanding of the area.
No, it would be big enough that it can't really turn around.
Yeah. So does he have any goop? Any grease? Anything slippery?
I feel like that would help it.
It just needs to go past the area that we are. Ideally, anyway. like a game of Snake, and the dot's on the other side of your body.
No, I'm just trying to think about it, because you guys would have come from the area where the observatory deck was. Or are you just trying to get it in the vents and away from you in some kind of way?
In the vents and
I got it.
off on its own goddamn adventure.
Are we in the vent or no? Honey, go back.
You guys are in the vents. So how would you like to try to make sure it doesn't come after you guys, since you did piss it off and it is coming for food?
What you got, Schmeat?
Knock open the vent. Whichever vent we see, knock it open. My knuckle duster can push it 5 feet. I'm gonna give it to somebody else.
I thought we wanted it in the vents.
I'm
Doesn't
gonna
really
push it out
matter
of the
where it
vent onto
is,
another floor,
honestly.
and it's gonna fuck up everybody else on that
No,
floor.
I'm trying to. We've established if it chases you in the vent, it's gonna win the chase. I think Arik is trying to say he's trying to push it away from you guys, where it doesn't have room to turn around.
I can still push it with the glove. Maybe it can.
That is something you're allowed to attempt to do.
I'll punch it on the jaw so it like turns.
So we need to get to where we're right at an area, and then as it goes to turn toward us, you just punch it like horizontally, force its nose in the other direction, and it can't really fucking back up.
Absolutely.
Takes 2d10 force damage and push 5 feet.
Okay,
pretty
what
sure
do
that's
we
enough
need to
to
roll
turn
to
it
get
around.
there before he can do this?
Absolutely. That would be the athletics with disadvantage to try and scoot as rapidly as you could.
Alright.
I am Schmidt. I am small.
You're still running from a Vent Thresher.
And you're having to take up the rear, if at all possible.
Or a hobble.
I am so happy Vent Thresher is a thing. I was not a part of my plan, and I am so happy that Vent Thresher is a thing.
Is
I
that
got mine.
athletics, right?
Yes. You just hear Terry behind you. I am not drunk enough for this.
Which is going to be a 19.
Okay. That gets you right. That's a 19. That's for you guys getting out there faster.
What is it with these
It's
games? There's so many different numbers to
Oh, do I
add.
need to roll again to punch it?
That's in a moment. I got a 21
That's if you-
again. Keep ending up at the same spot.
Oh, you guys might have just gotten desperately lucky. Do what? You cut out your number, Thad.
I didn't finish saying it.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say I have a 19.
A 19.
Get it, Terry.
You said disadvantage.
Oh god. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh god, Terry.
You can take a hit. Let me finish it off.
Yeah. Desperately as you guys are throwing yourself down the way with that 19, by the way, I just want to iterate. This thing has a plus 12 to athletics because it's a giant thresher, and I rolled a 5.
Think.
So you just cleared it.
Yeah.
Terry, however, rolled a 2 on his athletics. I'm trying to figure out how that works for him. I think it's going to work in his favor that he wasn't the one that threw the knife.
It just shoves him out of the
As-
way.
He's just more or less going to take a drill blast to the face. Or more so to the torso. Okay, I have an idea. No, okay, I don't know what you guys are doing. As you guys start just rampantly like go as you're forcing yourself down the shaft, Terry's going to be taking up the rear, unfortunately, for this situation because he couldn't quite get everybody behind. As you guys get out there, you hit a T intersection. Crystal, you throw yourself to the right. Bertram, you're following right behind. You throw yourself to the right. Schmeat, you get to the right. Get ready to turn. As you get ready to turn, Terry hits the wall as he's been traveling quick. And the beak of the thresher slams like chest first into him, like hitting his side and skidding across. You do have this moment where you can choose to punch and hit it and send it sideways. However, Terry is taking probably a lot of damage from a thresher body checking him at its vent speed.
Schmeat's small. Can I try to grab Terry?
You
Oh,
can
he
grab,
fucking
like,
goes underneath me and delivers the fucking...
absolutely athletics. It might just you can make sure he won't be going, skidding sideways with the beak digging into him.
Uh-huh. Athletics, you say?
Yes.
Okay. 28.
That'll be enough to hold on to him for sure, probably. I'm gonna say I want you to make an athletics as well, Shmeet, because forced movement in an area where you can't really be forced to move is really awkward and weird. Also, this thing is
Disadvantage?
technically. No, actually, I was gonna give you advantage because you have a weapon that has a pushing effect.
Okay. I mean, I thought for the forced movement you wanted me to disadvantage or something.
No, for the force movement, I'm giving you advantage because you have a weapon with a pushing effect. And this is a really weird noodly situation where you can't really push the monster properly, but you can divert its course.
Just need to punch it in the head.
Oh god, Terry.
Oh, that's great. That's gonna be nat 20 for 27.
Yeah, 27 will be enough with a nat 20. I'm rolling Terry's damage as Terry is just like, hold on to me as you grab his arm, and he's like, he's got me. It's drilling into him. And it's like rotating as it crawls some, and then Shmeet just stepped forward and boom.
Face club.
The device goes off. There's a whole like deafening like brief moment of echo as it just ripples through where you can't hear for just a moment, and there's gonna be a slight ringing in your ears, and the head of it just shunts itself sideways and shoots it down off the other way, and it has no choice but to continue going down that way.
There it goes.
As Terry's shield did break, Terry's chest is damaged. Terry is like, I don't feel great, guys.
I think he broke my goddamn hand.
The recoil did hurt like a bitch.
Got any med packs in your case?
Yeah. Yep. As he's gonna pull it out and... Yeah, that was vicious damage. Ooh, that was vicious damage. He won't be fully healed, but he'll be partially healed.
Better than bloodied?
Better than bloodied after healing.
Need to find him a new shirt.
Yeah, that shirt's ruined. Bright side is none of his ribs are broken after the healing. Please tell me that worked how you wanted it to.
I point at the body that's slithering along.
And it goes, and it goes, and the tentacles are going, and you have a brief moment where you realize, oh god, the tentacles is one of them like snaps out to try and grab Terry because he's still partially in there, and you're just like yoink as you kick backwards down the vent and you shove Crystal back some with you.
No. Crystal, get us a different way out, please.
Right.
Technically.
Find a new way. Technically?
I mean, technically, you guys can just go back to that other vent. There's that vent with the that you now recognize is over the observatory room.
Yeah, but like people are probably running over there, so they're probably not in other places.
I can now add Vent Thresher to the random encounters in the chart for these floors now, and that is amazing.
It lives here now.
All right. So another random exit?
I think another random exit.
The random exit. Would somebody else like to roll the d20 this time?
Sure, I'll do it. Does my disguise have like an outer jacket?
I'd say yeah. There's like a lab coat kind of situation they gave you guys.
This Terry's is fucking fucked, so I'm gonna
Yeah, Terry's is done.
shove that toward him so he can hide his thresher wounds for the time being, and I will roll this dice.
I think Terry's gonna do the nice thing while you're rolling this dice and like send a message to you guys. I know you guys are all down below are gonna be kind of busy. He's like, hey, fair warning, there's a thresher in the vents now.
I got a 20, but I'm not happy about it.
You know what you do find? A maintenance closet.
That sounds good to me if the meeting's closet is empty.
It's just their save points at this point.
And that's kind of what it is. They're like, oh my god, we have one.
Got a little typewriter. Outside the door is a large man in a trench coat, but we don't look at him.
As you guys drop into the... Okay, as you guys drop into the, janitor closet. I feel like, no. Yeah, I feel like we should resolve the dogs trying to kill some people down below real quick,
Any luck, the vent pressure will go up or down. Really, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter as long as it goes.
We are very far away.
Yeah, but that thing's moving very quickly.
Unless it manages to fall through a shaft down get to an elevator shaft and fall down.
It is our own secondary chaos crew.
Would you be surprised if it did, though?
Not really.
That is fair. But anyways, we're going to take a brief moment as you guys take a, your slight breather, like 2-minute breather in the janitor closet before you're about to try and peek out and figure that out. To the people down below who are getting mauled by the lovely disguised individuals, how would you guys like to handle your situation?
Max, Dylan, you conscious?
You're muted again.
Am I unmuted?
Max.
You're good, Dylan.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm conscious.
I would like to go and drag myself up both by holding onto my own clothes and then the beast, and then I want to forcibly open its mouth like you do a dog's, right? And shove a grenade down its mouth and then roll off.
Interesting.
Athletics check.
Debating how to handle that. It will probably be an athletics wrestling for you. I'm debating how well effective that'll be, because I want to reiterate, your foot is in its mouth.
Yeah. It's essentially part sit up and then part punch. And then get it out. And then get in a chokehold type thing or something. Like, I kind of sit up, I grab it by the ruff of its neck, kind of. And then kind of get my foot out from its mouth.
So that's more about free yourself this turn and see how it goes.
I want to.
I'm not going into full-on combat yet, but I am trying to keep action somewhat simulated. Because full-on combat would mean a lot of sitting and rolling, and that's not as fun sometimes.
Yeah, I just want to shove a grenade down its mouth. We can have fun
Let's
like that.
Let's start with getting yourself out. Which you absolutely can
fine.
fight it with in athletics.
Phone.
I would say roll damage for you, but your shield's still there. This is more of a, if you're stuck in his grip for more than a turn or two, you might actually start taking HP damage, but your initial hit will be your shield.
A natural 20.
Cool. I'd say you can get your foot out of its mouth, loop yourself back around, or you can loop an arm around its, like, under its neckline and get yourself, like, firmly rooted onto its back.
Okay.
Alright, that's you for this. That's yours for this. To the other two who are currently being dealt with, as I would want to specify, as that one hit Nessa and hit the mesh and started to climb up with her, and you had that like slight look to the side because you recognized what was happening, Tanya. The one in front of you just took off at a dead sprint out, like towards you, mouth snapping open wide.
Let's go with Nessa first and see what they are. I don't know. Combat, you said, might be the more boring option, but it's also the best one for me.
I will still let you drop smite damage on stuff by that. I mean, I'm not doing that. I just don't want to do the roll initiative and do turn by turn by turn, or this tower will take forever.
Yeah. Being a Death Beyblade works better for me than one check of something usually. Let's go Nessa first.
Fair, Nessa, do you have anything you'd like to do? As your thigh is not perforated yet, but your shield is straining.
Nessa's gonna ask, Nessa's gonna shocking grasp this thing. If I
Okay.
can.
I mean, you can reach up to hit it and try to reach up, grab it, and shocking grasp it.
I would like to do that.
Okay, roll to hit.
It's a spell. Do I?
Yeah, you use intelligence plus proficiency.
+9. Unless you got something else to make that go higher with your spelly stuff.
21.
Well, 21's more than enough to hit it.
And
I do want to push back for the you can do straight damage if you want, or you can try to like do something to get yourself free or different than normal. Because I'm not going for straight combat yet, because again, if we go for straight combat, we will
Right.
be in this tower for.
well, I'm just trying to shock it to get away from it.
Alright, I'll let you use. Yeah. How about this? I'll turn it into a competing role. Your basically tech power effect for versus its athletics to hold on to you.
Okay. Do I get to keep the 21 I rolled? Because
It would be the same thing because that's your tech powers.
so I get to keep the 21.
Yeah, that's what I said. It would be the same thing because your roll to hit is your tech powers.
Okay.
It got a 19, so you can just forcefully basically grab it, put your hands on its like head area, its brain area, and electrocute the hell out of it for a brief moment to let you go. As you it opens up like a snarl, it like hands twitches, it holds on, it lets go, and you slide and just poof, hit the floor hard. But you're out of its grip.
Nesta's gonna crawl on all fours away towards Tanya.
That's fair. Tanya, Nessa freed herself.
Oh my god, that was so scary.
One moment, and you said if it's lunging jaws open.
Correct.
We're just gonna take one of the scissor the cutlet, the kind of like parry cutlass I have, and just kind of try to slightly move that out of the way and just stab under the jaw.
Okay, roll to hit.
Like sort of just, let its own momentum run it through.
Fair, roll to hit. If you miss, I'm gonna give it advantage to hit you hard.
Okay.
How's that? I feel like this is a
didn't
good trade-off. However, if you hit, I will make your effect do more, since you're trying to lean into a huge bite attack to do more.
I didn't know if any extra stuff on the parry sword. I didn't know if you were gonna have it attack first and go off that.
I was giving everybody, it's, what is it? This is your reaction to their round, where one of them distracted you, so you couldn't see Nessa's. It was what This's action was. So this is technically you happening before it gets its stuff.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll be able to parry then. See how things go. That's a lot.
And if you wish to put smite damage into this, feel free to put smite damage into this. They do have an HP total. And unfortunately, smite is terrifying.
Miss Weavers keeps refreshing every time I go back to Discord.
Mine does that all the time too.
And its internet's being a bit slow because I've been on Discord for a while, so it's just kind of doing the thing where it loads a little block at a time.
You do have your hits, I think.
Yeah, +9. Yeah, that's 27.
Yeah, 27 hits most things. I have to ask, are you dumping anything into this attack?
Nah, not yet.
Alright, roll damage for your sword strike.
Any extra damage, or is that a flat number you have?
I was just going to give it a flat bonus.
Okay, that's fine.
Basically, I'm just going to take the number you have in. more or less double the weapon damage.
We got 18 total.
18. I'm going to level up to 36. It won't kill it, but you do is just step through, bring that sword to parry up, smash it like into like I guess the like hinge of the jaws where they meet, step to the side and just slash it through as it just cuts it open down through the mouth and down its side as it hits the ground, sliding and smashes into the elevator behind you. And it is going to be very heavily wounded.
If I have my rest of attacks, can I just go over and stab it on the ground multiple times?
I'll give you an extra stab for it just because you have a bunch of extra stuff, but
I normally make 4 attacks around.
yeah,
5.
I know, but again, this is I'm trying to avoid the math of us sitting down and doing every combat roll.
Fair. I love having such high pluses. A 10 goes to a 19.
One second. I'm making sure I remember something right. Oh yeah, okay, that hits.
D10 go. 16.
16. Just another like stab down onto it all. This thing is definitely bloodied already, but it is not down and out for the count. The one on the wall, so it goes back to their kind of stuff. I'm gonna have the one on the wall like had its brain electrocuted and it's not happy. Yeah, it's gonna retreat for the moment. It got what it wanted for the moment. It's gonna keep crawling up and hit one of the mesh things and start to burrow into the mesh and get out of the way as it just pulls itself onto the other side.
It got a little taste. Got that smell.
Alright, and there's the one on the ground next to you. Barry, we're gonna pick up with you. Actually, no, Barry, we're gonna pick up with your creature. It's basically going to attempt to throw you off by this. So this is going to be a competing athletics check because it's going to run and you're watching as it's running headlong at something, and it's going to try and run you straight into a pipe that would be at just your level to like
Is there
smash
advantage
you.
on this because barbarian? Whatever.
Not unless you're burning rages.
No. I mean,
Competing athletics because it wants to smash you into a pipe.
I'll have to reload to see, but does a base 17 plus
17 plus. You need your plus for this thing.
8. 17 plus 8.
Plus 8 will just hit it as you just roll yourself to the side slightly, and now you're kind of more like on its side than on its back as you just feel the clear of it just it like bumps your arm and bashes your arm lightly, but not enough to make you let go or anything.
Oh dear. Wow. I'd have a high. Right, you have a high.
And the one on the
athletics.
ground for you guys. I mean, it has its marker. It's going to lunge. Your AC is higher than that as it lunges at you again, but it can't quite get up on its feet, Tanya, as it's like it gets up on its feet and it lunges at you, but it's still sliding over the like oil slick of blood it's created now. And you just kind of step out of the way as its teeth snap on midair. It just wants to drag you off, but it can't bite you.
Nom nom nom.
Silly dog. I'm not food. You're food.
Alright, it's your guys' round. Barry, what are you gonna do?
I don't want to shove a grenade down its mouth.
Alright, we're out of combat stuff. This is action sequence shit. Let's go. What do you do to do grenade wrestling? Man, they really did like wrestling and physical altercations. They really have like shoehorned a lot of shit behind athletics, haven't they?
Yep.
When you have to like physically wrestle with something.
I mean,
Yep.
hey, look at
To be fair,
3.5 where it was like 10 different
It's
things.
worse. How about this? Athletics, you can use athletics, but sleight of hand might be easier to get a grenade shoved in its mouth properly.
I could find.
So you can choose. Athletics is an option, but it'll be harder than sleight of hand, which will be easier. Because you are just trying to get something in his mouth.
Is this advantage, disadvantage, or just normal?
Different DC. Well, no, actually, it's competing. So yeah, it would be advantage if you're sleight of hand, and normal if you're athletics.
Okay. Okay. For once, you jackass, I can actually use a nat 20. Thank you.
I'm just curious which way you're going.
Oh, sleight of hand.
Okay.
Advantage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it works either way, I guess. I just wanted to know what you were doing. Yeah, I did not roll it out 20. I rolled good.
He wrapped.
I
the grenade in a bit of cheese.
I decided I'd rather have the advantage than not. Because I was
Just wrapped the grenade in a little bit of cheese.
Managed to, like, grab the jaw for a minute and, like, shove it around as it opens up to try and snap at you, and you get the grenade, shove it in as it goes to snap close on your hand, you pull it back out in time, clap your hands down on its mouth, and a grenade just is gonna go off internally, and I can't reasonably think of a way something survives that.
Yay. Okay, then
Yeah, I can't reasonably think the way something survives that.
It really shouldn't, no. Okay, I want to go back.
As its head is not really exploded, but like lasered from the inside out. And it just slides across the floor, sending you sliding. That's horrifying.
Yeah. Let's get back to making explosives. Also, if I see any various dead bodies I've left scattered about, I want to check them for grenades.
Cool.
I'm sure they're everywhere.
Back to the other two of y'all, with the last one on the ground near you, as it just missed Tanya. Although I have a feeling I know what's happening.
How's its blood taste off the swords?
Oh shit, you're licking the blood.
Why not?
Oh dear.
It tastes like 3 points of corrosive damage.
Tastes like cleaning chemicals. So,
I didn't think about you trying to drink its blood.
I mean,
He is the
kind of
vampire.
her thing.
No, it was. This was kind of a penalty for damaging it, but drinking it works too.
I just scissor blade around its neck and start hacking.
I'm trying to think of a way it survives this situation, and it really doesn't, and I don't want to waste time rolling on it.
Oh, it's
Since
just
the other
sitting there
one
and flailing.
failed.
It's just sitting there, kind of flailing on the ground, sliding in its own blood. Just
Yeah, since the other one bailed and there's two of you here, I think you guys could safely finish it off.
is that 3 points to the shield or just direct health?
I think since you drink it, that should be direct health.
Fair.
That feels like the kind of thing that bypasses a shield to me.
As it was going in, the shield went, "Hey, you sure about that?" "Okay, sure, fine, whatever, dude, your choice."
So what would you two guys like to continue doing? He's going to continue with that. And he can give me, Barry can give me another demolition kit check.
Pick up the head of the thing and just, "Hey, other doggy, you can have this. Also, grenade guy, if you're around." Just like throw the head into the middle of the hallway. Out towards like that where the intersection was.
Well, that's gross.
Is that above board commentary?
No, that's just sorry. I should specify that's in the area.
Is it loud enough for us to hear?
Yeah.
I'll lean over to Nessa, whispering, just, should we go get that guy? I kind of want a palate cleanser, but I don't want to leave you. Especially with the other thingy around. He might shoot at you instead of me.
Nessa's gonna bring out Tex. I think I'll be okay.
Holler if you need me. Start skitting.
I can do that.
Perking up, getting to go back to be herself since the cover's pretty much blown. We're gonna start skipping down the hallway where that voice was heard from.
It is one of those, like I said before, kind of the same. Machine makes it hard to pinpoint where, but there is that one hallway you have to skip down towards anyways.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm just kind of imagining like pure Little Red Riding Hood, just going up to see the grandma, level skipping, just... You ever see like the killer version of Little Red Riding Hood, like the real psychopath one?
People have made a few of those.
Yeah, I'm just imagining one of those, just as you, just la 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 la, off to go eat somebody.
Pretty much well, yeah.
That's very much the vibes I'm getting off you.
Am I investigating or perception or anything? Or is that waiting for later? Matt?
Give him a second.
Sorry, coughing kicked in. I didn't want everybody to have to hear that part.
Yes.
It would be a perception check to try and spot anything here. I'd say disadvantage again still, because, well, dim lights and constant machinery.
It's a 15 total.
It's really hard to find them. So, it's gonna be kind of hard to see them, but you do hear them continue to talk a little bit like, I gotta say, did not expect the skipping. The skipping's new. Did you know you look really creepy like that?
I get that a lot. But it's also a good form of... It's very efficient for moving around. It's kind of fun. You ever try it?
No, I don't think I have, but this is definitely going up on the EchoNet.
You should try it. Tanya still looks like the scientist, too.
I know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm aware.
Oh, that's like a... Oh, that's gotta be like a partially just like corroded, bloody lab coat now, too, at this point.
That's pretty accurate for it. What was your, demolitions kit check for Barry, by the way?
Oh, fuck. 22.
Alright, next one put down.
Glad I moved the dice.
And what is Nessa doing?
Nessa's gonna be on guard so that one of those things don't attack her again.
Perception check then.
Does the dim light affect Tex at all?
Does Tex have dark vision?
Texas robot, it might just have flashlight eyes.
Didn't we upgrade it for like night vision or something at one point, or thermal? Or is
Yeah,
that something
thermal,
else?
yeah.
If it has thermal will be kind of rough here.
He has a flamethrower, so I just assume that he has he can put like a little fire in his mouth and see.
That'll happen
Little
like
pilot
short
light.
distances, but it'll still be hard to spot things just popping in.
You said perception?
Yeah.
That is a 12.
Okay.
Can't you use Texas for it to be higher? Or was that with Texas?
Oh, that's No, Tex has definitely a higher perception than I do.
Matt's let you use text most of the time.
That's true. Yeah, Tex got a 22.
Okay. I was looking to see if he had fucking dark vision or not.
I don't know. I'm looking on his paper and it doesn't say.
Well, if it's not listed, he probably doesn't have it, so you might need to roll again for disadvantage with him. Nope, actually, right here it does. The bots have dark vision, so he is fine.
Yeah, you know, in a maintenance area like this, there's a lot of things moving. A lot of things might just register hot. Yeah.
Alright.
Barry's got a bomb.
So we got the dogs resolved for the moment. We're going to bounce back upstairs while you're going on. I'm going to say, Barry, you're going to keep going through, you said, planting explosions, doing that. Nessa, you're just trying to not get mauled. That's a very worthy goal. Are you just going to keep following the voice as Tanya?
Yeah. Perception checks as needed to adjust.
Next round of it, we'll come back to try and find him again. Back up top, because we need to make some progress up top, too. You are in a maintenance closet.
There's actually... Does anyone actually have work tomorrow, or are y'all just,
That's a fair point.
doing... You're all just good?
No, we're closed tomorrow for Easter.
But I would actually want to ask Medina, you've had a really long day, actually.
Yeah.
I want to check in there, that's a fair point. You have
What was that?
Actually, I have a 4-pack.
Are you going to be okay if we go a little bit? I don't want to go super late tonight, but just a little bit longer to try and get some more progress.
He's gonna get pumped.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't know what you got tomorrow or how you're feeling.
Easter food, family.
I didn't
Fair.
any of that.
Alright, well, just a bit longer at least then, and then we might call it, because, well, late.
Jesus Christ, my hands full of fucking sandpaper.
That is rough. But maintenance closet crew, what you guys want to do?
What's that game called? 7 Minutes in Heaven?
That's what he wants to do.
Need just the right height for some.
I am showing my age.
As we start to get out of this, I'm gonna try to look around and find a replacement for my outer jacket. Stop at you, you're short.
Is there a flashlight for Bertram in that maintenance closet?
I'm gonna see you run out. I'm gonna say, unfortunately, here I don't think they'll have a replacement jacket for you.
Didn't know if somebody like left one at their desk or something.
Oh, you're in the closet still. You
Yeah, I know, I gotta leave. I wanna leave if
out
it's
the
safe.
doors here if I heard anyone moving around outside the closet.
Not all at
before we
once.
leave.
It's a little awkward.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a d20 this time. Actually, it was a 20. No, you don't hear anybody moving.
The South Park in the closet thing.
I don't want to leave this closet.
Then I guess I'll sneak out the closet to see what or who's there. Put my head out, see what I can see.
As you open the door, there is exactly one person passed out on a table with a bunch of notes.
Nobody else.
At the moment, exactly one person passed out on the table. This looks like it's a break room of some sort.
Sounds
Well,
like a
he has
move.
so what does he have? Yeah. I'll just wave everyone out and then go over to see what he has.
A long list of chemical equations.
Would be a shame if he just lost it.
That's up to you.
I got the storage deck.
No, he's passed out. He should have another echo device, so I'm taking his echo.
Okay.
Stealing cell phones.
Honestly, he's passed out. You can take his echo.
Pass out. We can take his echo.
That's 2 echoes you have now, right?
I have my own, and then I have the second one.
Extras,
I left
meant in
the
this case.
extra plugged into the computer downstairs.
Okay, so just this one extra now.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm not plugging the hacker device into, my echo,
That's fair.
but I am planting it so that, yeah. What else is in this room besides this guy?
Right now, this is a break room with a closed door, so snacks, cabinets, coffee machines, one vending machine.
That door isn't locked, is it?
Doesn't appear to be.
Break room door locked. That'd be helpful.
I mean, there's one guy in here. He might have just.
This is mine now. Fuck everyone else.
Claim the room for himself.
Honestly, I would respect that move.
If I was in a building with 700 floors and probably an equal number of break rooms, I would
Listen,
absolutely.
You're over there making cubicle forts, aren't you?
the Wi-Fi is out. It's every man for themselves.
Let's use that while we can. Move it.
Yeah. Nothing in this room. We need to head out. Had to find a way to get up. Do the elevators work? No. Is there a maintenance elevator that we know of?
That you know of? Not particularly. I would say, are you guys heading outside of this area then? Into the general public?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you open the door.
Oh,
and
wait.
A...
One more thing before we do that.
Hmm?
Can we seal the shirt off of this guy's back?
Do you want to roll for that?
Would it be what? Better question. Would he have taken his jacket off before going to sleep?
Not
And would he have taken
particularly.
his jacket?
This man fell asleep on his paperwork with pen in hand.
Crystal, you must manifest your destiny.
In this case, that would be, telling Terry to go steal his shirt to replace his own. I trust Terry to steal his own stuff. If not Terry, I trust Bertram to do it.
I think Terry is gonna give you that look of just like, do we really want to push that?
You have a hole.
We just
in
got
your
away with the
shirt.
vent thresher.
You see the massive hole in your chest.
And I have a new jacket to put over it. Well, I have Bertram's jacket to put over it.
I think team leader has a goal.
If you're
I'll help
okay
you
with that, that's fine. No,
If you want me to go, really go for it. I will. I just was like asking.
I didn't know if it threw off your costume. Or his costume. His uniform. But if you're fine with it, let's just go. Okay. Head out the door.
Okay. If Bertram wishes to try because he said he sees the vision, he's absolutely welcome to. I was just pointing out Terry's point of view as someone who's pushed his luck today.
Yeah, I'll try it. Worst comes to worst, what? His head hits the desk? Like hard?
Hey, what are you trying to do?
Okay. Sleight of hand? I would
What are
say
you
at
trying to-
disadvantage, but he's asleep, but it's also on him, so...
Just choke
Yeah,
him out.
disadvantage.
Am I coming
Okay.
through?
Yes, you're coming
Choke
through.
him out.
But we don't
Yeah,
want to
no.
kill
Kill
him.
him first.
I guess.
You don't have to kill him with a choke. You can just make him pass out.
He's unconscious already.
13 and a 12, 20 total.
Fucking hate this.
I'm just gonna stand to the
You
side.
can slowly but surely get his outside jacket off.
I wanted to choke him.
Toss it to a crystal. Or wait, it's probably not my size. Probably not anyone's size.
You could, give it to Terry and take yours back.
If it's his size.
Terry's not a big guy.
In the meanwhile, Crystal outside is...
Okay, back to Crystal outside, as happened in the background. You open it up, and you just see long, those clear marker boards?
Clear marker board.
There's a lot of those clear... Huh? It's kind of like a whiteboard, yeah, but it's like a clear plastic they're made out of a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
It is a lot of those with 3 other people who look similar states of exhausted and similar states of coffee addiction working on long mathematical chains.
I don't feel like interacting with them, so I'm just going to try not to draw attention and to the other side of the room. Just act natural. They're exhausted. They won't notice.
Just kind of following
just
along.
kind of stroll out. You guys start to stroll out. I would love for you guys to make a deception or performance. Just strut like you belong. What's the goal here?
Look for a way out. Look for a way up. Look for technologies that may or may not be useful to us. If you're saying it's all that's in this room is just those
This is a room
clear
of
light
math.
boards. It's a room
This
of
is a
math.
room
and
of
math is
math.
painful. So I'm gonna get away from the math.
That is fair. I just want to be fully honest. This is literally just a room of math.
21 deception check.
Deception.
Because at the end of the day, math is the language of the universe that makes it work.
21 deception.
At least how we
check.
understand it.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
Schmeat? I'm sorry, Alistair?
Yes.
Your deception or just kind of walking through the crowd and not drawing attention? I say crowd, there's 3 exhausted people in the room right now.
That's a flat roll, right?
Deception.
It's a skill check, deception or performance.
Yeah, I meant that's not that flat roll. I meant there's no advantage or disadvantage, right?
No, there's nothing like that, no.
Okay, nothing really. Oh.
You can feel free to stealth through the room if you want.
Just hum the Mission Impossible. They'll probably just hum along with you.
It's gonna be
Eh,
4. I'm drawing a blank. 19.
19. Okay. Interesting note here. There don't seem to be any guards on this level. As you guys are heading towards the elevator.
Must have gone to the other level with the others.
You guys get to the elevator.
I sent a message has to.
still broke.
I'm gonna send a message to the others. I don't know if I sent a message earlier about it, but have backup guards came to your location?
You guys can get that. You also have the vent thresher warning. I think the only person who might not get it at the moment is Tanya, although she does know she has a message.
Have we gotten what? Have we? What was the message?
Have you gotten backup guards coming in?
Honestly, the lights are off, so we can't see. Well, I can't see.
Ah, understood. Well, yes, there's up. Saw guards going down earlier.
Gotta say, it's probably a bit late for that information.
I forgot. I thought I said something earlier. I forgot.
Currently, I don't think the elevators even work. Unless they do.
Yeah.
And if they do, we don't have the access for. So, whatever team leaders do it.
Yes. What do you wish to do?
I was heading towards the elevator looking for technology or computers, surveyors, something on the way. But this is the room of math.
This is the room of math.
Does it have anything of the type?
I mean, it has a couple of computers, but those are mostly sitting over near where the people are working.
They're not bothering anybody, so I don't want to go bother them. Is the elevator in the same room as them? Or is it in its
Yes.
own little partition?
It's set back in it a little bit, but yes, it is still mostly just open to the room.
If I were to try to pry it open with a crowbar, for example. Pry open the elevator doors with the crowbar, for example. Would that make enough
Nothing is
noise to draw their
exceptionally
attention?
hiding you besides their apathetic state.
I see. I see. Again, didn't think I would get this far.
You gotta stop that. You don't.
I don't think that I don't expect to succeed.
Well, your I didn't get this far is a short-term goal, not a long-term one.
Oh no, because I expect some hiccups somewhere along in the short term, so I'm planning for the short term.
Like we're going, oh no, step 2 succeeded, but we had no step 3. What were you planning? Come on, what you got?
Thought I had a plan.
I am.
Carry on.
Nope, I am just here like, let's go. I'm waiting to see how this goes.
There's nothing here for me to interact with besides the elevator and those people. I don't want to interact with the people. Which means interact with the elevator. Is there anything else in this room?
I feel I should mention, I don't think the room is the floor.
No.
No. Okay. So, can we continue on to other rooms on this floor? I kind of
Yes.
forgot we're in a big building. We're in a building and not just a single room floor. I thought I had an open floor design.
The thresher cage
Okay.
is on this floor. Supposedly, anyway. Because we didn't go up or down.
Below.
You don't know if it went up or down elsewhere.
But we didn't go up or down is the thing.
Oh.
It might have gone up or down.
Irrelevant.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you as you guys start to walk through some of this stuff. A lot of elevators aren't going to be particularly sectioned off or hidden because of how buildings work. I'm just going to be straight honest with you here on that.
Ignoring looking for elevator shafts, what else are we finding on this floor as we exit the Chamber of Math?
Fair. Well, first of all, math is going to be a common theme you're sensing throughout all of this. But different kinds of math.
It's the labyrinth of math.
It is the labyrinth of math. I'm glad you've discovered the theme.
But
The math-brief.
Nobody wants to deal with this.
Do they have stairwells at all, or is it just an elevator?
They don't seem to.
If not,
I want you to put stairs in a 700-foot tall building, please.
okay,
Why
when
that stairs?
Sorry, a 700-floor building.
Well, you would hope a building like this would have the netting on the side.
While we're doing
If they
this,
put netting on the
Sounds like a
side
window.
and people jump out of the building, they're gonna die on the netting.
it's gonna be like Ed, Ed, and
You have
Eddie whenever they put a
different
potato
layers.
through a tennis racket.
You have layers, stairway style netting, so when you roll off, you fall into it.
Do you think they care about their scientists?
Speaking of their scientists, as we're going along.
Well, if the building is, going down, elevators are down,
The answer
No,
is
it's going
no.
up.
The answer is
I
no.
know.
As we're going
This
along,
is a
if,
dystopian megacorp.
if I see a
I
new
was-
name tag,
Oh, I was hoping it'd be
I
like the
want to
iPhone
steal it.
towers. They have nettings outside, and they're going in that direction.
It's so much
They're gonna get everywhere.
No,
so
there's no
perhaps it
nettings.
is all-
Moving on.
there is a random name tag. I wish to steal it so that it's somebody who is supposed to be on this floor.
I'm willing to say yes, you can steal a random name tag
Thank
with
you.
a sleight of hand. It is not even going to be hard.
Not a natural one.
With your bonuses, fuck it, you could steal a name tag.
Cool.
Moving on to this next chamber, it's going to be more chambers of theoretical maths, like ideas they're working out, molecule connections, percentages of substance mixtures. This is their I calculate floor.
If there are any
There
empty
are
rooms,
some guards here or there. They're not very heavy on this floor. Because, in fairness, if somebody's breaking in, the idea of math is usually its own defense.
These guards higher up, is their uniform any different?
Yes, it is. These guards are much heavier armed. Their armor is of a higher quality, and they definitely look like they're watching more thoroughly than some of the ones you would have encountered before. Admittedly, this floor looks like it might be slightly killing them inside.
So bigger, specialer guards. Understood.
More or less, you've hit the more high security area, so you get the more high security guards.
Uh-huh.
What would you guys like to do?
Cry.
get lost in the labyrinth and cry.
That's a fair answer.
Because there's so much math everywhere.
Ignore it.
Oh, that's 2 alphabets in that problem.
Do you know what floor we're on?
Yes. Well, maybe not your player. Maybe not the characters exactly. I, as the DM, know what floor you're on. Y'all were just kind of climbing.
There wasn't a little plaque near the elevators.
You know what? That's fair. There probably would be. You're on floor. Hold on. Let me look over. I did the math.
I apologize.
Nope. You are fair. 361.
Or 361 is the labyrinth of math. What it all costs.
You need to go up a lot more than that. Oh God.
I'm like this close to going to elevator shaft and just cutting one of those cords and just zipping to the top.
Nothing's stopping you.
That's the
You have a
fastest
crowbar.
layer.
I'm just trying
You
not
have
to
a crowbar.
take control of shit.
I'm saying that out loud. My legs are tired. I'm a little gimpy.
We do have a crowbar if you would like to do that.
It's either that or we go through air vent to air vent, shaft, going
Since
to,
we're just talking, before we do that, we need to figure out what floor Straunt is on. Find somebody who looks like they don't want to make them mad and tell them that you can't get up there, and you have to get up there.
I swear to God, we gotta go back down. We gotta murder everybody.
If
Every
it's back
floor.
down, we're in the clear. It'll be easier to go back down.
I just don't like the. Oh, we're at the location.
Straunt was having
He's in
people
another
bring
part of the
him.
location.
Straunt was having
The
people
princess
bring him
in the
their
yellow
iridium.
castle.
I think that we
Yes,
have
I hate
iridium.
Fit Twist.
Use it.
Isn't the Wi-Fi still down and that's all the elevators? Or they fix that?
Nope, stuff's down.
That'd actually be a full enough reason why you can't go do something.
down.
It
Of
is
all the
down.
people everywhere to talk to about it, you'll be the group closest to the elevator would have been the group of 3 that we passed first. Because there is not a heavy guard presence near them and they're next to an elevator.
Strawn should be a pretty well-known name around here, at least
He was
seen him.
grabbing
Heard of him.
people's iridium.
Yes, that just means for the casual workers here. They should know who he is. He's a bigwig. He goes into a room, tells them fuck off, don't come to this floor. At least they should know relatively what floor he's on. Hopefully. Hoping. Right?
Even
Isn't
if-
that how executives work? They're on a certain floor and they say, don't ever come up here or I'm gonna...
well, unless he just has all the
Fire you.
minions, there'd probably be like a dolly system.
Yeah.
Or a dumbwaiter system.
Dumb
Some
waiter.
sort of a delivery thing. And some way to put it into there. Or that's a lot of people power.
So, is the plan to find somebody and ask them about it?
Crystal seems to be talking to scientists near the
I'm
elevator.
just gonna grab the next mook.
Or this happens.
I'm just trying to get an idea because it's back and forth and like we want to do this but we don't and I just want to make sure I have the right one on what's happening. What is happening right now? Alistair stopping grabbing somebody to talk to them. What else is happening?
Nothing else is happening. I was putting forth the plan that we need to go talk to someone to get us to go up.
I'm seeing Crystal
Gotcha.
paralyzed by choice and I'm backing up Alistair.
Alright, you grab one of the probably smiley, exhausted scientists as well as they snap by and you just like go for it. How would you like to?
Hey, would you happen to know what floor Dr. Straunt is on?
Like, if you're on the wrong floor, if you're looking for him, he's kind of like top 50 floors. I don't know.
We were on our way to hopefully find someone. Elevators got jammed.
Oh shit, the elevator's dead?
Yeah, there's no, the Wi-Fi is down. Nothing works.
The Wi-Fi's down? Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm just gonna like go over to their desk. Start clicking.
Coming up is one of the experiments on the lower floors. That out was talking to people. We got to the elevator, rode up. Elevators died. The rear way out.
Fucking idiots on the lower floor is killing the Wi-Fi.
Maybe they're there. Maybe that rabbit.
Better not have fucked up my update and transfer. I was sending so many documents.
Blame it on the ones below. Let that rabbit animal out. What? 50 floors? Alright. Does he have a specific office on any of these floors?
Again, it's like upper 50. He doesn't really have to interact with most of us much. I don't know.
I appreciate it.
I know top 10 are like CEO quarters, and this like top like 40 are labs of some kind, but I don't know what exactly his breaker is. I don't know if you noticed this, but I do I look like somebody who has access to all that?
I thought you were like me. We just got stuck on somewhere in between. It's also been a year or so for me. I was attacked by the experiments earlier.
While he's having this conversation, I'm gonna head back to the maintenance closet.
Okay.
Took a while to recover. Things are new to me.
Sounds awful down there. Glad I work on the math floor.
While I'm in here, I'm looking for anything that can be used as a clamp.
Yep, you can find a clamp.
How many?
I'm gonna say 2 slightly smaller sized ones.
Looking at them, are they like, this will absolutely not hold any amount of human weight, or maybe you'll survive?
They're decent clamps, so maybe?
Okay.
I'd give them about a 75% or above chance.
Okay. Since I'm doing this, is there any, like, bigger cutty devices? Maybe not like a wire cutter, but like, hey, I fucking mean it, wire cutter. Something.
A bolt cutter.
Bolt cutter, yeah.
Roll a d20. It'll also be a slightly more unbalanced check than the flashlight. But roll a d20.
I got a 17.
Ah, damn, I was gonna say 15 and above, so yeah. You have like a bolt
Woohoo.
cutter.
I'm adding that to my thing, and I'm hoping... Is there a replacement for my knife in any way, shape, or form? Fucking box cutter.
I'll give you a box cutter, it is not gonna have the thrown property.
That's fine.
A knife, maybe.
And then I'm walking toward the elevator.
Gotcha. I'm gonna say half of the spiel with this guy starts to devolve into him complaining about them pushing deadlines, him complaining about Strawn's bullshit-ass sudden pivots where he has to throw away weeks of math, weeks of work, because now that's no longer important. The general, like, fuck upper management.
Was that towards me?
Yeah, you're the one in the conversation with the guy.
Oh, I didn't know it switched back. Yeah. Management or dickhead.
Without fail. And this is when you're coming out and finishing up your stuff there, Bertram.
Just walking toward the elevator. Give Christo a look. Figure anything out?
Yeah, one of the, upper
I'm giving
54.
Christo a look. You're by a person. They're away from you, I'm assuming. I overheard the conversation on your part enough for me to go, okay.
Yeah, no, not really.
Okay.
Besides what you're saying.
I plan on going up there, one way or another, and hopefully I can, more likely I lose the job, but hopefully I get the shit turned back on.
Straunt wants his shit delivered, he's gonna get his shit delivered. Crowbar goes into elevator door.
Well, if the lights come back on, if the Wi-Fi comes back on, hopefully that means I've done my job.
You are cutting out a bit there. I think you said when the Wi-Fi comes back on, hopefully you're doing your job.
Yeah. I'll go to space. Hopefully that means I've done my job. So I was telling him I'm gonna go up and give the upper management a piece of my mind because nothing's fucking working.
I prize the door.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to finish checking on something there. Yeah, okay. He's like, well, yeah, just, you know what, fuck him, give it to him. Record it if you can. It'd give all of us a morale boost. Make your athletics check, please.
I can help.
That was when like go help
22.
with the second crowbar.
He doesn't need the help.
He doesn't need the help.
I might.
I'll do it
Would you
anyway.
like to roll again?
Sure.
I help.
22. Much worse.
Gotcha. As you just slowly drag it sideways. And just like slowly cranking it bit by bit by bit, and it's kind of loud and it's kind of annoying, but you are also, if you're in the supply closet room, there's also like no one around besides those 3 people.
I am banking on their horrific
I'm
indifference.
helping with a 24. Is it 24?
Check's already been made. We make it. We got it.
Yeah. No, he was, like I said, it was being opened.
Oh.
One of them turns to look at it, and you watch as they reach down, and they grab a mug that you're realizing is their coffee, but they dropped an open-capped marker in a minute ago, and still just... go back to their board.
Looking at this elevator shaft, does it have the elevator pulley? Is it below? Did we get the wrong one?
So, like, it doesn't have this sense, like, this elevator doesn't run with a pulley in the middle. It runs through these tracks on the side. Usually the elevators that allow this are like almost like a magnetic track on the side. They have a magnetic pull one way or the other that pulls the elevator.
Does that mean that it collapsed and plummeted the moment the power went out?
If the power goes
The power's
out,
not out.
which it
The
hasn't.
power didn't go out. Okay.
Wi-Fi's out.
Wi-Fi went out.
Effectively, roll an intelligence check. Anyone can for this, and I can give you an answer.
You want exactly 1.
I'll do it if you're gonna winch. 15.
15 is enough. Basically, you have enough idea of this. If the power is on, but the system got locked because the Wi-Fi's off, it's going to be locked in whatever direction it was last sent in.
Oh, so they're either at the top or the bottom.
Yes.
I share this information. Meaning whoever was going down is now surely dead.
Whoever is going down is just continued until they hit the bottom. It's not necessarily dead. It's going to continue at its pace.
Depends on how fast they go, because there's a lot of floors.
And it
I mean, there would be
slowed
like a
down to
stop at the bottom, but there's also a stop at the top, so it'll just go either way. Point of that matter is, whatever direction this elevator's magnetic track was locked onto is whatever direction it's going.
How strong are these men? If I just look at them.
They lift several hundred pounds of metal and people.
Well, yeah, but like, are they trying to magnetize anything in front of it? I take like anything I can find that's magnetic, fucking paperclip, and see if it goes phew.
Oh, like if you put it in there, if it goes up or down?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if you put something in it, it just shoots off.
Which direction?
Even or odd.
I got a bunch of doors. Oh, I rolled a stupid odd.
Actually, yeah, you have, I was going to say, you have a lot of doors. Well, odd was the right one, actually, anyways, so it's going up.
I hold one clamp in my hand.
I am here for this plan.
The crowbar is basically just wedging the door unless it's like locked in place, or if it's trying to shut, then it's stopping it from shutting.
It's not trying to shut. You've cranked it open forcefully. You might have broken a mechanism or two.
Okay, fuck it then. I look at the clamp. I look at the team. Magnet strip go up. I shake it a little in their direction.
Up it is.
I'm assuming that this is one that you can kind of like hold.
You can hold on to it.
Like a C-clampy type looking thingy.
Yeah, we'll give you that.
Crystal, the only way... Amber, the only way that people are stopping is if you do your gravity thing. So you need to be on point. It's not the top 10. Those are penthouse floors, basically. Somewhere in the bottom 50. Yeah.
Wait, are we going to the top 50 or the bottom 50?
They're top... You know what I meant.
Top 50, yes. Got it.
I'm feeling a good 35. What about you?
Cool. We'll try to hit it. Depending on how fast these go. I toss another paperclip. Is it like, whoa?
It's a...
Yeah.
Again, I want to emphasize this. This is with enough force to lift, probably weights measured in the tons.
I imagine.
You guys are definitively not in the tons, just to understand.
Uh-huh.
I want to quote a Duke Nukem thing, but I don't want to do it at the same time.
That's up to you. Are you guys going?
Amber, you stay centered. Do or die, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Alright. Grabbing onto you.
Okay.
Whoever wants the second clamp.
I'm gonna grab the second clamp.
Be
Terry's
careful
gonna
with the
look at
baby boy.
everything and just be like, I'm not religious, but does just like the general four-cross gesture.
You might be by the end of this.
I don't
You
have
be
any other
religious?
good gestures to make or pray. I would love to like strap my gas, but yes, here we go, and he's gonna grab onto somebody tightly around the waist.
I'm gonna grab him back.
I take one side, whoever has the other clamp takes the other. Try to sink it as much as possible.
Sound like I'm the
I
other
got
clamp.
the clamp. I
Three.
should think.
2,
You need a free hand.
1. Go.
Athletics checks.
Well... God.
There is no helping from other people on these ones.
No,
What if
I'm
I'm
rolling
holding
too
Terry,
low and I
though?
feel bad.
It's fine to roll well.
31.
31. You hold on. That's good.
It is good.
Your fingers don't dislocate.
It's definitely a two-handed operation.
I know.
That's the other clamp?
22.
Shmeet.
Okay.
22.
Sorry, Alistair. 22. 22 is enough to keep on, but I am going to have you take some damage because you are being shot up with extreme force.
It's just the
Little bit
hand
of
you hurt
nickname.
during the fucking...
Oh yeah.
The same hand you hurt. I'm going to say you're going to take 10 damage to your health as your arm, shoulder, like your shoulder, elbow, and fingers all start to partially dislocate before they snap back in, and just the jarring of that smashing against the wall a bit as you guys rocket towards the top.
Might mention, just whisper in Terry's ear. Might actually get to meet your god.
You whisper that, and he's just like, "What?" As you guys are shooting up, and he can't hear anything.
I'll tell you
So
at
you
the
guys
top.
are accelerating rapidly. I have a very important question for you as you guys accelerate rapidly. How do you stop?
Crystal's magic.
Yes.
I want to
Crystal
iterate.
magic.
I want to point something out here, guys.
Mhm.
1. Crystal's magic doesn't just magically stop you from falling in the direction you're falling in when you have momentum. 2. Crystal's magic can affect one other person at a time.
Which is why I'm using the other magic to throw the little black hole to pull us to a specific location rather than just affect us all for an extended period of time.
Interesting option.
It feels like the best way to stop or momentum.
Okay,
in this
okay.
case.
I have a question for you. How do you tell whenever you've made it to top 100 or so floors? When you made a certain way.
When we start getting to the top, there should be a wall saying, "Hey, this is the top of the elevator," and then we do some basic math to assume that we're
I mean, that's still
X number
Oh,
down.
I forgot I
lot
still
of-
have key points.
Alright, as you guys are accelerating up, I want perception checks from people to know when to start doing stuff as you're flying up a dark elevator.
Perception checks.
I am going to vaguely look at the numbers.
On the inside of
Because
the
I'm pretty
shack?
sure, like, on the inside of this things, they're pretty fucking big.
Don't know if they're labeled though.
Yeah, I'm
Even
pretty
if
sure
they
they'd be
probably
labeled.
moving fast enough to probably just see
Yeah.
blurs.
It's gonna be hard to. This is just
I am
like,
mutant. I have mutant vision.
cool.
That's what I'm just going off of. I don't fucking know.
That's fair.
Actually,
What were they?
I can smell the
what were
good
the
food on
checks?
the higher floors. The perception?
Yeah. Honestly, this is mostly important for Crystal since she's going to try and stop you guys with the gravity bomb.
Yeah, I can't see shit. This is on Crystal.
Hold on.
20 for 32.
That is enough.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2. I got a 23.
You can start to get hints of the elevator off in the distance. Its exact distance is going to be rough.
You know where you don't want to be holding onto the device at.
Yeah. You have a rough area you could try to shoot it off for. You're approaching very quickly, like I said, the rough vicinity of the area of the floors that you want. How would you like to stop yourself? Like, how does this work? You have to read off the effect, for example, and tell me how you are trying to work it.
The effect. I can. Where's the effect? I throw this gravity charge and make a small gravity well that does damage and pulls every creature that comes nearby within a 10-foot radius into its center.
I'm
That is-
assuming a one and done.
And it lasts for a period of time. The period of time being 6 seconds, but it would be long enough for us to grab onto the edge.
Long enough for me
If
to
I-
grab my crowbar and try to hook something.
Okay. Yeah.
If that is not enough, I can spend some key points to do better.
No, I'm okay with you guys doing that. You just might take some damage as you slam into each other in the middle.
Yeah, we're going to take 2d8 force damage anyway as well.
Plus, you know, the acceleration damage of you
Acceleration
guys rocketing up several hundred feet.
We will be vomiting after this.
That is fair. As you reach out and you cast you reach out, grab your effect, and basically,
Oh, wait.
activate it, launch
I have a
it.
thing I could use. I could just let go and slow fall.
That's not how slow fall works. Slow fall is damage
That is,
mitigation.
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm out of it. I thought it was better.
As you guys are launched up, and then hit the orb of energy that shoots out in the middle just ahead of you guys before out, ricochets you off the wall as you guys have to let go of your clamps
Absolutely.
and shoot at the orb in the middle, colliding with each other. You need a dice roller. You take the 2d8 force damage. I'll let you roll that.
2d8. 11.
So everybody take 11 force damage. This impact will count your shields.
Well, the force damage counts as shields.
Well, yeah, we'll start with your shields on this since this is one big instance of actual damage here.
I got a new shield. Where's my shield?
And if I'm still conscious, I'm trying to grab onto something.
You'll probably still be conscious, because remember, fall damage has a cap.
Does this count as fall damage?
Kind of, sort of, I'm using its math. However, if you guys are trying to use slow fall, there isn't really a way to reduce your speed when you're just throwing yourself at each other.
Well, we're going upward super duper fucking fast. We could just let go before you do the thing. We'd still have some upward momentum, theoretically, a la Portal.
Yeah. We would still have some upward
That would
momentum.
have been great before you guys took your actions for this.
And Thaddeus just played Portal 2, you would have thought. That he would have.
Portal 2. I just played
Portal as well, TOO.
That would have been great before the choices were made, but that is a great thing to remember for the future.
Now you stop making
If
assumptions.
there is a future.
Bertram is hurry the fuck up and get there, okay? Eric was like, I could just do this.
It works. So, you know what? Shields are really helpful. As you guys slam into each other for 90 points of damage.
Is that including the 11 or
90?
That is not including the 11. 9-0. They got shot up hundreds of feet.
So did they all just die, or?
I doubt it.
I could take that damage, but I don't think any of them
They all have
good.
They all have triple-digit health. They're fine.
Oh, do they?
I mean, they're not
Hey,
fine.
I was
They're not all
imagine when we got here.
Maybe not Terry.
I had some damage before I got here.
Okay, Terry's just over here like, well, this is life now. As you guys are hovering nebulously in the midair.
How is Terry after
What would you like
that?
to do?
Grab.
Terry is standing and not great at holding his arm, and he's just like, looking like he's gonna be pulling some potions.
Try the horizontal big metal hook things.
There's a lot of crunching coming out of Schmeat.
So long as
Let's
you're
hear
still
it.
conscious.
What's
You're still conscious.
make an athletics for you. Athletics is really God. There's so much.
I'm glad that went to the shield. That did go to the shield.
That's
right,
why
too.
I
starts at the
expertised it,
shield.
Matt.
Okay, I am
It
glad.
starts
It
with the
is.
shield.
I am glad.
27.
If it didn't, I would have
That's
3 health.
As the effect ends, and Bertram drives it into the wedge at the bottom of the elevator, grabs onto you guys. You guys are elevator door. You guys are just kind of hanging there. Terry's hanging on with one hand. He's gonna take out a healing vial. Be like, yeah, let's fix that.
Everybody okay? Enough anyway.
I wish I was part of ground floor.
Who knows what
I
they're
think it-
going through?
Yeah,
It might be
right.
worse.
I think I broke a rib.
Montage of Barry just setting explosives.
Amber, get the door open.
I'm trying to wedge the crowbar in. Open the door.
Did that break your gravity relic?
It was the last charge of my gravity relic.
Alright.
Take athletics check to try and pry yours open with a door. I would say at disadvantage because really, really fucking awkward angles and no leverage area, you know?
Athletics check, you said?
Yeah.
Wow, I accidentally closed my sheet.
I'm using all of my health potions.
He's just stabbing himself. He's been holding on to these for a while.
He just pulls out 3 bites of tops of them, sticks himself in the stomach or heart.
19.
19 is enough to start cranking it open.
You can peek.
And start to like peek, 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 slowly crank it more and more, and you guys can like just barely squeeze through. With like a wrenching, like is the gears on this door grind and hate you.
I use
Goodbye,
some dice for
crowbar.
that.
I don't think I'm getting you out of here.
As you guys slowly drag and flop yourselves onto the floor. Onto this other one, whatever floor it may be. Breathing heavily. You do know you've made it up really, really close. But man, that
Are there like
sucks.
15 guards just staring right at them?
No, it's not 15 guards staring right at them. We'll pick up with who's staring at them next time. As I'm gonna have to call it here because it's almost 2 in the morning. Next time, we'll pick back up as the basement crew is thoroughly split into 3 different areas. Plans going awry there. Top crew has made it up to the floor section in areas they wanted to make it to, with an unknown accompaniment next time.
Sorry, I got impatient.
I'm not blaming you. I'm not unhappy with the elevator rocket method.
Siren Lady. That's who's just staring right at them.
The bully mongler.
If that's the case, they're going in the shaft.
69.
Bully mongler 69.
Alright, anything before I turn things off?
I'm looking forward to hide and seek next time. Let's have fun.
For whom, though?
For everyone.
Ah, yes.
That one guy hiding in the walls at the moment.
Alright.
Oh,
Goodbye.
everyone's playing hide and seek. Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.